Hello and welcome to the broadcast. My name is Alex Shimanov, and we will be commentating the Interschool Hong Kong Interschool and Open Team Championship. So hopefully everything is good and there's no lagging, no bags, and the first round has already begun. So we will have four boards under 18, four boards under 13, and four boards under 11. Let me introduce myself. I'm a GM from Russia, and we already see a checkmate on board one, which is kind of unusual for this kind of broadcast, but I'm sure we will see many games like that. So this is just the beginning, and let's see what Alisa from the Australian team did wrong. She she played well in the opening, and then her opponent actually went for the Evans Gambit, which is quite a rare guest at the higher stage. But actually, at this level, I think it's a pretty good opening, and apparently, Alisa wasn't really familiar with the nuances here, so she played C3 and she played Bishop C5 and then Bishop D6, which is not the main move in this position. Usually, Black wants to take, and um, White gets a lot of initiative for the pawn, but actually, according to today's theory, Black is doing fine, and that's why grandmasters don't usually play this opening, at least in the classical chess. Unfortunately, many gambits are sort of refuted at the highest level, but the good thing about them is that you can still play them, at the tournament like that. So Bishop D6 happened, Castle F5, which I already don't really like because Black's king is in the center and Black needs to develop the pieces first. So Knight F6 would be a fine move, and Black is doing okay. Although with the king on E8 and the bishop blocking the D7 pawn, I think it's still problematic for Black. But F5 is a bit too much because Black doesn't really do anything, and in general, for those who watch who watching the stream right now, I would recommend that be very careful with moving the f pawn, especially when your king is still on e8 and the rook is about to come to e1, and Black was punished very quickly. So here Queen e7 was the only move for sure, but Black played d6 instead, protecting the bishop, but forgot about the checkmate on f7. And here's the first decisive game of our tournament. So if any of you, I see that three people are watching, so that's nice. And if any of you have some specific games in mind, let me know. But I'll just go one by one. And the second board is Thomas Hulsford. I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing the names, but he's playing on board 2 against Ethan Tam. He has 5 extra minutes on the clock, but this actually looks much more tense compared to board 1. Black's position doesn't look that bad at all. In fact, I think it's relatively equal. White's last move was queen to c4, attacking the bishop on c5 and attacking the pawn on e6. And I think Black has one reasonable move, which is to protect both of the weaknesses. And the move will be queen e7, and it feels like Black has no problems whatsoever. His bishop is completely fine. His king is as safe as White's. E6 is weak, but e5 is also potentially weak. The knight doesn't really have any good squares to go to, so Black is definitely fine. The only thing is they're actually there's 7 minutes against 13, almost 14, and in such time control, it can make a difference. So this position is relatively boring, but I think having almost 7 extra minutes on the clock, gives White a certain advantage. but let's try to find something more fun than that. Some position which is more interesting. So here we can see all the boards, and I'm looking at the positions right now, and I think we need to look at some position where it's still a big fight ahead, because I see some games where white has an extra queen. Let's say this one, and this one black has a big material advantage as well. So mostly one of the sides has a big advantage, but not in all of the boards. Let's say board three. Board three. Here black is definitely pushing, I think. And what's interesting that most of the games, I think black played e5 after e4, but in this game, Samuel played c6, which is the Caracal defense, which is the opening I really like myself. And let's see how it went. Yeah, now the line's c5, so I can clearly tell that people who don't really know the opening that well, they don't play this line because it's not that obvious. Like, why would black sacrifice a pawn like that? But in fact, this is getting somewhat popular recently. And for example, legendary Vishy Anand played it himself, and I really liked this line. Actually, it's a good tricky opening. Usually white takes the pawn on c5 and black responds with e6, and we get kind of a French defense where black lost the tempo, but white committed the d takes c5 move, which is generally considered to be not so great because white wants to keep this pawn chain b2, c3, d4, e5. So black gets some decent counterplay here, but white played in the game knight of3 instead. Knight c6 is one of the main moves. Bishop b5 actually is somewhat popular. So I don't really know if Yat is familiar with the theory here, but both of the players play very reasonably here in the opening. Knight d4, bishop d7, all of this makes sense. Developing the pieces. Now I think black could probably take on e5, but decided not to. And in fact, knight g7 is the top line, so the strongest move in the position. And I'm actually very impressed by Samuel's play here in the opening. Bishop g5 is probably the first wrong idea because white needs to take care of the e5 pawn first, so maybe something like rook e1 would make sense. But after bishop g5, queen b6, black now is attacking the knight on d4 as well as the pawn on e5. So white needs to be very careful, and unfortunately Yat made a big mistake here positionally. He took on c6, and that allowed black to actually recapture with the b pawn, which black didn't do in the game, but I think it would be a much stronger move than knight takes c6, because black now gets a very strong center, and then he's ready to play c5, and this structure in general considered to be favorable for black. So I think both of the players made a little inaccuracy here. White taking on c6, black by recapturing with the knight, which is honestly very natural, so I can't really say it's a big mistake. More of a inaccuracy, as I said. So takes on c6. Usually in such position, you don't really want to give up this light square bishop. The light square bishop belongs to d3, and then at some point when black castles short, you want to have this bishop attacking the pawn on h7. So bishop takes e6 is, again, understandable because the pawn on e5 is attacked, but that's the bishop, which is very, very important in such positions, and I would do anything to avoid this exchange, ideally. So thank you guys for coming in the chat. Feel free to text whatever you want to text, questions. And hello, Peter from the Australian team. Thank you for your comments. And yeah, so b3 was, I think, a bit inaccurate as well, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Black is fine, but now, you know, some attacks on the dark squares, specifically the knight on c3, and white has to defend now, and now yeah, made a big mistake by playing queen f3. He probably blundered the move d4, and now there's a double attack on the queen and on the knight as well. And yeah, the best chance is to try to deliver a checkmate on g7, but black is careful enough to play g6, and now, yeah, just an extra piece for black. There is always some chances, you know, the bishop on h6, always some chances that the queen will come to f6 and deliver the mate on checkmate on g7. But to be honest, so far Samuel has been, I think, the most impressive player. I didn't see any big mistakes from him, and of course he covers the f6 square, and now he's just piece up. The position is totally winning, but still, because of the dark squares, you know, it can get tricky potentially. So we also in this match have a decisive game on board 4. Australian team won, and they basically strike back in this match because Alisa lost her game. But again, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing, but Cyrus won a nice game in 24 moves. So there was, I think it's called England Gambit, which is, again, not the most, not the opening most GMs would play, but here, yeah, it didn't actually work out because Cyrus was clearly aware of this only trap black has in this opening, which is bishop c3, bishop b4, queen d2, and then black takes on c3, and looks like white is protecting the rook and everything is fine, but actually queen c1 is a checkmate. And I've had myself a few games like that when I was playing this this line like 25 years ago. So it was a long time ago, and nobody really falls for this trap anymore. So it looks like Thomas on board 2 is pushing. Although black will probably get the e-pawn back. Actually, this is, at least according to the agent, this is just completely equal. I think if anyone is pushing, it's definitely white. But okay, let's just say this game will probably end in a draw. And then on board 3, Samuel is winning, so Australian team is probably winning the match by 1 point. So in the other matches, I can see that the second match where Kaisa A playing the Scholastic Chess team. So on board 1, actually also the Caracal defense, and white is a pawn down. The position is, you know, not so great for white, obviously, because there's no compensation for the lost pawn, but we'll see. But so far, Matis is clearly better here. On board 2, ooh, I mean, black's position wasn't really good anyways, but rook e2 drops the rook. We'll see if white will spot it. No, actually, it didn't happen in the game. Okay, this was a Lichess glitch, I think. Rook b7 happened instead. White is 2 pawns up, so also things are not really looking great for the Scholastic team here. But well, we'll see. 2 pawns is, you know, it's still something. Anything can happen, but especially considering the time situation, you know, 5 minutes is not that much. And but the position is, you know, I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible here for black, but it's not that easy, to be honest. Yeah, so, and on board 4, Kaisa also won their game, so feels like Sorry, it's board 3. It's board 3. Jaden won his game. And on board 4, White is losing because Black can actually take the knight on e6, and after c7, Black is in time to stop the pawn, and yeah, there's just no compensation, just an extra piece, and basically time to resign for White. But it feels like Kaisa is still taking this match because they won on board 3 and they're winning on board 1 and board 2 as well. So interesting development here. And then next match is Kaisa A under 11. So the previous match was under 13. This one is under 11, and in this game, White is totally winning, many extra pieces, and checkmate in 3. I mean, the only danger is to deliver some kind of stalemate, but with the pawn on h6, it's not really possible. So just don't take the pawn, and then you will checkmate your opponent somehow. Okay, here Black is a knight up, also completely winning, and a very nice knight on c4, which covers both of the squares b6 and d6, and doesn't let White's king to attack the pawn on b7, which could give some chances for White. But yeah, in this case, it's just too much. No pieces left, and Black is winning. And here White is winning, extra piece, very strong pawn on d7. So basically on every board we see a clear favorite, which is actually somewhat a rare case. Maybe the only game which is still unclear and could end in the draw, I think, is this one. And yeah, so I think let's just watch this game, because other games I think it's all clear what will happen. I mean, of course, I expect some unexpected in some of the games, but this one feels like both of the players high-level players. So, and I saw actually the opening was pretty interesting as well. The one I played myself is the Vienna variation. I used to play f4, by the way, but nowadays I think bishop c4 is a bit trickier. But f4 is also, of course, one of the main moves, and we get into some kind of King's Gambit territory, which the engine doesn't really improve, but like, who cares? So, and White immediately got a much better position, because Black needs to be very careful in all these Gambit variations. But yeah, and then we saw this position. Black didn't really see that the pawn on e6 was hanging, so he didn't play queen e7, played bishop b6 instead. White captured the pawn, rook d1. Yeah, this is much better, but now, instead of keeping the queens on the board, queen f7 was not very accurate. Actually, it looks fine, but the problem is after Black takes on f7, now they're in time to attack the pawn on e5, and king g8 will attack the rook on f7, probably kick it away from the 7th rank, and then White also has some issues with his king. So rook d7 happened, king g8, very reasonable play, h3. So White doesn't get mated on the back rank, knight takes b6, yeah, and this should end in a draw. I mean, if anyone is pushing, I think it's White, because his king is a bit more active, but that shouldn't be, anything special. So, as funny as it sounds, I think this is the only game which will end in a draw in this round. Let's see. Actually, this one is still tricky. Look, from the Scholastic team has a big time advantage. Actually, 2 minutes on the clock. Uh, I mean, I would get nervous having such a time deficit. So we'll see if Brian can hold his nerves and convert his advantage. And Thomas, by the way, no, I don't think Black resigned in this position. So probably wrong result, and I think this game finished in a draw actually. Meaning that if Samuel converts his extra piece, which he probably will, um, Australian team wins the match by 1 point. Yeah, but I'm interested in this position because it's getting tricky, unnecessary tricky, I would say. White had a much more stable advantage. Now it's, you know, the pawn on f2 is weak. Opposite color bishops as well. The knight is jumping. Even objectively, I'm not so sure if it's an easy conversion. But with a little over a minute on the clock, I'm sure things won't be easy for White. Usually, after I say something like that, Black blunders a piece, but not in this case yet. We'll see. Bishop f7 is correct. Now it's very important to go back to h7, because if Black goes like king f6 or king f5, then bishop c4 would be a very unpleasant check, and Black would lose the knight on d3. But so far, a good defense by Luke. I think he's definitely capable of saving this match, maybe for the Scholastic team. Or not. No, they're losing on board 4. They already lost on board 3. Even if Luke wins this game, then actually this game may end in a draw. Apparently White is repeating, which is not such a bad idea, even though his position is winning. But 30 seconds on the clock, I think it makes sense to just repeat the moves and take a draw. Yeah, but Casey is winning the match anyways, so I don't really have any great news, unfortunately, for the Scholastic team fans. But F3 was really inaccurate. I was praising Brian for taking a draw, but he's showing some great fighting spirit, which is something he didn't need to do in this situation, because he moved the pawn away, which makes a lot of sense, but he weakened a lot of dark squares, and now suddenly it's White's king who's in huge danger. Something like bishop g3, which is, doesn't threaten a checkmate in one because of the knight on b3, but it gets extremely dangerous, and Black is just winning after rook b2, threatening rook b1 stuff at some point. For some reason, rook a2 doesn't win. Yeah, I guess the thing is, Black actually doesn't threaten the mate in one. So, and now Black can't really avoid the repetition. Actually, what if they play like this? Bishop f7, king g5. Yeah, I think they should play king g5. But Luke was, he had such a horrible position that I guess he's happy with draw now. Although the situation is completely different at this point. He should play king g5, and he does. Only 3 seconds on the clock for Brian. Easy to flag, easy to lose. Bishop c4 being the only move. Attacking the knight, yeah, but h4 is a pure panic, and now king is coming to g3, and suddenly all of Black's pieces are attacking Lonely King, and now it's just mate in one. So Brian, yeah, unfortunately, for the younger players, they don't have that much experience, and they don't really feel this kind of situations when it's time to settle down and take a draw, because of course he was winning the whole game, and he didn't really want to take a draw, but when you're down so much on a clock, it's so easy to blunder something, and that's exactly what happened in the game. So Luke brings the win for the Scholastic team, but yeah, they need a miracle to save this match because Matthias has been very precise in this game, I feel like. Okay, anything interesting on the other boards? I think most of the games are actually finished. All of them, yeah. So only one game left. Actually, two games left. Yeah, Sam is winning his game. Now having an extra queen, queen d2 will probably be the last game of the last move of the game. Yeah, now, white is playing on, but okay. Here I'm confident in Sam's technique. So the only game left is this one, and white is losing a piece. Yeah, so I think it's game over. Not much to say. Yeah, the game's DGT, and we have 12 broadcasted boards. Obviously, there's many more, but yeah, we have 12 boards. So, but I will take a look at the standings after this game is done, and I think it's time to resign. I know most coaches they teach their students like never give up, always play on, but at some point, like I think at the kids level it's a perfectly fine rule to follow, but at some point you just need to know when to admit the inevitable, so in this case, I mean, I don't mind white playing on. There are some stalemate tricks potentially, but in general this is a hopeless situation. Yeah, black can just so black only needs to stop all the checkmate. Stalemate tricks. And the thing is, white is playing for stalemate, and black, at least they should know that white is playing for stalemate. So honestly, I don't think I've ever seen anybody saving a position like this at the at a high level, at least. Now maybe bishop f5 and rook e3 would be a nice cage for white's king, but yeah, anything wins. So 22 seconds though, not that this is any important, or shouldn't be any important. Like having 10 seconds, as long as this there's increment, black should be completely fine in terms of converting his advantage. But who knows, having that little time on the clock, players can get nervous for sure. Sam is absolutely right in the chat that, I was saying that black can go bishop f5 and then try rook e3, and then, yeah, I saw that rook takes g7 would work in this case. For example, rook b7, then rook g7, and if black takes, then it's stalemate, and if king h8, then rook g8. The thing is, white is probably taking the pawn on e6, and then black can actually play rook e3, and there's no stalemate tricks. So yeah, but now white lost the pawn on h5 as well, and plenty of time on the clock. Very accurate conversion by Matthias, which I actually kind of like. There's nowhere to rush, so. But as I said, this is the last game of the round, so. The engine says mate, checkmate in 11 moves. We'll see. depth 60 of the stockfish, which is something you rarely get. And a very smart conversion. Yeah, exchanging the rooks is something black probably wants to do. Then there are no stalemate tricks left. And at this point, yeah, there's not much to talk about chess-wise. So let's just wait for this game to finish, and then we will take a look at the standings. And as far as I understand, the next round should start in 20 minutes. Okay. Maybe we're getting somewhere. I don't know. But at least I can see some potential to get stalemated here. But the simplest is to go d4 and then bishop e6 check. And then h4. Okay, bishop e6 didn't happen, but wait. Now this is okay. Now this is a checkmate. Bishop e6 or bishop f1. Did not happen. Now g4 and rook h2 would be a checkmate in 2. But black just wants to promote the pawn, which is also a reasonable strategy. But the funny thing is, there was actually some danger. Like, white could try rook f7. And I'm surprised he didn't, because, I mean, I thought at least that white was playing for some stalemate tricks for the past, like, 25 moves. But, yeah, rook f7, unfortunately for white, black doesn't have to take and can just play like king e3 or king e5, and it wouldn't really change much. Now queen check. Yeah. That's game over. That's exactly what happened. So let's take a look at the standings after round 1. Plenty of interesting games. Okay. Just 1 second. So, from what we can see so far, the chess result published the results of the 2 matches. TCAA team beat Harrow School 4-0. Spanish School A team lost to Kaisa Girls A. Kaisa A team, I think they beat the Renaissance team. And then Harrow School B lost to the Australian team. And that's how it looks like here. Okay, the results are being published quickly, which is nice. So, yeah. The only thing I can see is that Spanish team missing 2 players. I mean, the only like really interesting thing, because it's a rare case when 4-board team missing 2 players, but maybe they will make it work somehow. We'll see. But yeah, okay. So there was a match which finished in a draw, 2-2. yeah, four decisive games, and yeah, I think there was only one draw in the whole round, which is very rare and pretty interesting. Okay, if Pavel in the chat could let me know if I need to look for some other standings, that would be nice. But yeah, this is how it looks like as for now, and the next round should start in 15 minutes. So I think I'll take a short break and we'll come back a few minutes before the round starts, the second round starts. Then we will talk about the pairings and the tournament situation. Stay tuned. Welcome back. The round two just begun, and we're about to see some big matches. Board one, we're about to see the moves. So far, only on the second board has started. Actually, they haven't started yet. It was a glitch. But anyways, the round is about to start. So Kaisa A is taking on Hero B. And then under 13 TCAA against Kaisa A. And Kaisa A is against TCA B under 11. So we have all the Kaisa matches here. Alright. If anybody could explain to me why we have all the Kaisa matches, that would be nice, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't mind at all. It's just a curious. I'm just curious if it's a coincidence or this is the biggest school, and that's why we see their matches on the DGT board. But anyways, the games are about to begin any minute, so let's wait. So the boards we can see, I mean the players, we can see Oceano, cool name by the way, versus Brendan Fang, Kyle Chen versus Ethan Tam, Yud Long Tong is playing against Ethan Wong, and Nathaniel Wong is playing against David Green. So this is the first match, under 18. Then we have 8 other boards, which we will cover as well. But yeah, waiting for the games to begin. If you have any questions in the chat, I'll be happy to answer them. Feel free to talk to me. Okay, and then yeah, we can see the moves. So which opening is the most interesting one? Well, first of all, I see a couple of closed variations. I think most of the games in round one I saw they started with the first move e4. Here I already see some d4, c4, knight f3, which is pretty interesting. Some Caracan, some Sicilian, Queen's Gambit accepted. Close Sicilian as well. This knight c3 f4 stuff. Queen c2 Nimzo. So some very solid opening. The card with knight f6. This one I don't really recognize. I don't think Clement is playing this the best. I think it's not the most solid line, at least for sure. This one is Berlin, like the opening, which the top players play a lot. This one is the Italian. Same thing about the Italian, and I see the first blunder. The first blunder of the round. Black just played b6. Shine just played b6, and Julian didn't take the knight on c6. He actually played b4, which is also reasonable because black is losing the bishop and probably the knight as well, but yeah, now he grabbed the knight and the bishop is not going anywhere, and all of a sudden, this position is actually a theory, plenty of games here, and 2 moves later, black is 2 pieces down. So this is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. So let's go to what is the most promising game. I guess let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at board one, because Oceano actually delivered checkmate in like 10 moves in round 1, so he's probably feeling well about his game. And the Alapin Sicilian, not the most principal opening, but very interesting as well. And if a player who plays it on a regular basis knows it very well, I think it can become a very dangerous weapon, especially considering that the most players, they don't really take it seriously. Like, they generally look at the main lines. But yeah, c3 is completely fine. d4 takes, bishop c4, all of this is theory, and I think e6 is already inaccurate, looks very natural, but d6 makes more sense to me, so the bishop doesn't get stuck on c8, and this is a problem for black in many openings. The bishop on c8, I mean, this is no exception. After e6, I don't really know what black is planning to do with the bishop. Maybe just put it on d7, which is, reasonable, but a bit passive in my opinion. Yeah, now I think black should have taken on e5 and exchanged the queens, and the endgame should be fine, because with the pawn on e5, let's see what happened in the game, but usually white tries to go for the attack like queen e2, queen e4, bishop c2 and attack the pawn on h7. And actually this is very dangerous, so black should take on e5 at some point and try to exchange the queens. And white should play queen e2 to avoid the queen's exchange on a d-file. So this is just a nuance which is very important here. Black plays a5, which is actually recently, like, the rule is if you play in black pieces and you don't really know what to do, play a5, and if you're playing with the white pieces and you don't really know what to do, play h4. This is like a semi-joke, but actually surprisingly, it works in many occasions. So in this case, I'm not a huge fan of a5 because white can again play queen e2, queen e4, and then transfer the bishop to c2, and this is very dangerous. White just plays a3, which is also fine. Black should take on e5, but he doesn't want to do this. Bishop d7, bishop e3, d5. And now this position is, I wouldn't say it's lost, but it's very dangerous for black. Because white is about to deliver some attack on h7, and it's not easy to protect that pawn. So queen d3, if black goes g6, then there is always bishop h6. And then some h4 ideas, h5. Many pieces attacking black's king. Black will obviously attack on the queen side, something like b4, b5. Usually, white's attack is more dangerous in such positions. With it's more of a French now. f5 is actually a reasonable move. So black tries to stop the pressure on this diagonal, and of course white had to take on f6 in order to reopen the diagonal and make sure the bishop actually is doing something useful. Queen d3, g6, now like h4. Okay, h4 kind of blundered the pawn, but the idea is, white wants to play h4 at some point. Maybe bishop h6 first, and then like g3 and h4, stuff like that. Knight d2, especially played that quickly, I think is inaccurate. I think even if it wasn't clear to white that e takes f6 should be played, I think he still needed to spend more time on this position because this is a critical position. E takes f6 changes the direction of the game, and in such moments we want to spend some time. So knight d2 played very quickly, and black is now completely fine because there's no attack on the diagonal anymore. And actually black could have played b5 at once, starting the attack on the queen side, but this is not an easy move, of course. Looks like the pawn is hanging, but black has this nice streak. Knight takes e5, and then they get the knight back. But bishop g5 looks normal as well. Knight f3, bishop h6. Okay, so high quality game so far from both of the players. Let's take a quick look at some other ones. Maybe some games already finished, I don't know. Okay, we can see that Julian is completely winning. He'll probably win his game. All the other games are... Okay, actually, this one. Like, Black is about to get made on move 17. So this is move 16, and the checkmate on h8 is unstoppable. What happened here? Yeah, White played h3, a tricky move, pretending that they want to play g4. Maybe they do want to play g4, but it's not necessarily super dangerous for Black. But h5 move is something I really don't like, because it really weakens Black's king, and h5 is vulnerable. And actually, very nice play by White here. f5 makes a lot of sense. Bishop g5, knight h4 takes, knight g6. Knight is untouchable because of the pin. Queen takes h5. So close to perfect in my opinion. Very good. And yeah, Black will just get checkmated. So nice game. And basically, Black made only one big mistake, which was that move h5. And it cost him the game. Here in this case, I mean, I just saw this position like 2 minutes ago. It was fine for Black. What happened? Where's the queen? So, alright. Oh, yeah, so Ethan probably blundered knight takes d5, knight d5, sorry. After that, Black's position is already very dangerous, but still something like queen d6, of course, would have been better than sacrificing or blundering the queen. I don't know. It was probably a blunder, I'm guessing, but queen takes e4, yeah, Black is huge trouble and also about to lose their game. So Kyle is winning for Kaisa A. And yeah, on board 4, Nathaniel is also winning for Kaisa A. And on board 3, Black is a piece up. So Kaisa has a very strong team. And I guess they're about to win this match with a big score. What else is there? White thought it was much better in this game. Looks like the queen is coming to b7 or a8, but this was very interesting. So I'm just trying to understand the logic why I didn't take on e7. In fact, queen b7 is actually the strongest move in the position, but yeah, queen b7 was played, and then queen a7. Okay, this is something I don't really understand. I'll be curious to hear Jonah's thoughts on that. But yeah, h4, queen b7, and White was much better. But yeah, actually, this is pretty standard here. To react to g3, f takes with f takes, h takes, h3. But in this case, it was just a blunder. White needed to protect the f2 pawn, and actually a6 pawn is very strong. The engine says it's still unclear, but I guess I'm taking White, because if White doesn't get mated, then, the pawn is just too strong. But this was a beautiful ending by Kleeman. Rook takes h3 and queen h2. Checkmate. And Sam is telling me that Kaisa A and TCA A are pretty strong in under 18. Well, Kaisa A, I can see that very strong. TCA, they playing under 14. Okay, so let's see. This one is uh, somewhat different from the other games because usually we see some battles in the open openings. Can I say like that? Like e4 e5 e4 c5 type of thing. This one is a Nimzo-Indian, extremely solid and very good opening. Queen c2 is also one of the main lines for white, and in my opinion, one of the best. C5 is one of the main moves as well, so this is actually quite a theoretical position. Or white usually takes on c5 here, but bishop g5 is also fine in my opinion, and we get something like this, where both of the players, spend a lot of time, and it's more of a positional battle instead of a tactical one, which is quite interesting here. But I think after white plays d5, they should be slightly better because of the bishop pair and some play on the queen side potentially. Although it's important not to blunder some knight e4 stuff at some point. So maybe knight e2 would make sense to stop knight e4 ideas, and then white can actually start pushing on the queen side. So it's white to move. Matt is taking his time, which is, I think, is the right thing to do in this rapid time control. Like, you don't want to be too slow, but also you don't want to be too fast. Like this time management is extremely important here. So, and yeah, Julian won his game. Kyle won his game. Clement, we saw, won his game. Wait, why is it the same board here? This needs to be fixed. Also, interesting Caro-Kann game here. In this game between Jaden and Zachary. Yeah, so this line is getting extremely popular, and at first it looks kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. Sorry. At least, when I grew up playing the Caro-Kann, basically there was two lines, bishop f5 or knight d7. And bishop f5, I still think is completely fine for black. Knight d7 is totally out of fashion for whatever reason. Black is just a little bit passive there, but yeah, knight f6 is just the main move nowadays, and black allows white to double their pawns, but in exchange get mostly a very safe king. So that's, as far as I can see, that's the main idea, that after black castles, then these 4 pawns, they protect the king really well. But of course, if we talk about some endgames, then having the double pawns is a disadvantage for sure. So that's why it's a double-edged idea. Yeah, but this structure is extremely tricky, and the thing is, before the engines, before the strong computers, I think people just looked at this position and they would say, like, okay, black has a double pawn on the f file. There's no compensation for that. Like, why would anybody do this? But then the engines just showed us that this position is actually fine. So, and in fact, many top players played for a win as black. Wow. So this is very interesting. Bishop h6. I like the idea, but sometimes it's a bit too much. Black could just take and play knight f8, protect the pawn on h7, and I don't really see a full compensation. I see this a lot, that people just, especially the kids, they like to sacrifice some fancy moves, but this is a good example actually. Black could just take the bishop and basically white is lost. Instead, knight f8 was played immediately. Yeah, the bishop went back, So bishop h6 was a fun move to play, but didn't really do anything. And now black is the one who has a slightly better position. So interesting battle here. So a question from the chat about the von Henning Gambit against the Caro-Kann. I'm happy to answer, but you need to tell me what that is, because I guess I've heard the name, but I don't really know exactly what that is. And honestly, I'm not really good with this opening names for some rare gambits and stuff like that. So if you tell me the moves, I will let you know what I think about that. So I'm sorry, just 1 second. There's some smoke in my window. I will just make sure everything is fine. 1 second. No, actually looks fine. Yeah, so sorry from that. Alright, so board one, Kaisa A won all of their games, apparently. Alright, so the Gambit. Okay, let's finish the round and I will talk about that Gambit, okay? I think I have a better suggestion, but let's finish the games. And yeah, Brandon is completely winning on board one, even though he was somewhat in danger in the opening. Yeah, black just resigned in white just resigned in this position. Extra piece. These two guys like to think and play position, which I'm totally fine with, And white even found the best. Wait, what is this? Sorry. White found the best e5, d5, and then knight d2 continuation, which I was talking about, a5, and even long castle actually is pretty strong here. And then white wants to play like rook g1, g4, g5, f4. Very easy attack for white. And actually, not only it's easy, but it's powerful as well. So black is in trouble, and I'm very impressed by Matthias' play here. Yeah, this is a bit worse for white because of the double pawns. I don't really know what to... Sorry. Just 1 second again. There's some smoke, and then I look, and there's no smoke. This is weird. Where does it come from? Yeah, so what I was saying is that the double pawn's clearly weak here, and white is left with the weak bishop on a3. I mean, I guess weak is not the right word, but like this bishop doesn't really do much, and it's hard to find a good diagonal for the bishop. The good thing, the knight is hanging, and I think white is a pawn up actually, which I didn't really notice. Yeah, so that probably means that black is fine. I mean, white is fine because of the extra pawn, but black has a full positional compensation. So this is actually quite interesting. I would take black, I think, because I really don't like playing with such horrible pieces, and like just my personal preference not to play with the double pawns like that. So we'll see how they handle it. Interesting game on under 11 section. In the under 11 section between Max and Tejas. So the first thing that comes to mind is that the knight on b7 is just absolutely horrible. For whatever reason, the engine says it's a fine position for black. Maybe because of the double pawns here and double pawns here on the b file as well. Yeah, but the knight, I just don't really see any potential for it. But maybe black wants to go like knight d8, move the queen, then knight f7, and try to bring the knight to e5. And then actually it can change the evaluation in black's favor if black solves the problem of this knight on b7. But yeah, very double-edged. I think I'm taking white so far, but it can change if white is not careful enough. But he has 6 minutes, 6 extra minutes on the clock, so this is also something. And Tejas needs to move quite fast here, quite quickly. So yeah, where do we go? Let's go to this one, the Caro game. Let's quickly talk about the question Jackson asked in the chat about the gambit. What's it called again? Von Henning Gambit. Okay, so knight c3, d takes bishop c4. Honestly, I don't really know much about it, but in general, I think it depends on the level of your opposition, of your level and your opposition as well. If your opponents know what to do against it, then it's not a great opening. If they don't, and you know the general ideas, I think this is a great opening. My suggestion would be to take a look at knight e2, and this is something which looks absolutely ridiculous, but I've played it myself against players like Hikaru. I think I've played against Hans as well, Firuja, some other guys. And this is definitely not as stupid as it looks. The idea is that we want to go knight g3 and then bishop c4. So we kind of making sure that we will get the pawn back in most of the lines, although the main line... Why is it happening? Okay. The main line goes like... this. Knight f6, knight g3. So we want to put the bishop on c4. So very similar to the gambit you mentioned. But black usually goes bishop g4. We play bishop e2, takes, queen takes d4, and now we play bishop f4. And the good thing about this gambit is that unlike this, again, von Henning gambit, where white is objectively worse, I think, if black finds the best play, this one, black is equalizing, of course, for the perfect play, but white is still doing fine. And the idea is that we want to go like knight, rook d1, castle short, knight e4, and then maybe some knight g6 stuff at some point. So, as I said, this is something I've played myself at the high level and with some pretty good results. Bishop c4, I've never played myself, but I guess the idea is to play knight e2, or is it f3? Honestly, I don't really know, but not very impressed. I think knight e2 is objectively a much better line, but also gives you some kind of gambit play you want to get. So hopefully that helps. Alright, so this is, I think, the most interesting game which we have left. And I was praising Matis's play, and I think he made a slight inaccuracy by playing knight e4. Yes, it's a cool move and all, but I think g4 is just much simpler. g4, rook g1, g5. Like, this is one of those positions where white doesn't even need to think that much. It's just the position plays itself. Just open up the g file and then double on the g file, and then some bishop d3 if black plays g6. It's very simple. So knight e4 wasn't really needed, I think. But okay, white still keeps the advantage. Bishop g3, probably h4 next. Now white forced black to play g5. And yeah, the king is exposed. White has some ideas. They obviously want to open up the h file now. But also, even if the attack won't be that successful, I think white is still positionally better thanks to the bishop pair. Also, maybe at some point a5 can be taken. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. And I hope Matthias also doesn't even look at that direction, because what should be important for white is black's king. So I would definitely start with h4 and then just whatever black does, I don't know, probably g4, trying to keep the position as close as possible, but then f4, and yeah, white has a very strong initiative here. Very strong. Some other moves are possible as well, but this is kind of automatic, but I don't really like what's happening on the clock. Less than a minute now left. Ooh. And I think this is actually... Wait, what's going on? So I don't know if you can see it, but here it says that this is the game between Nathaniel Wong and David Green. And here it says that this is Matthias against Isaac. So I think there's some confusion, so hopefully it will be changed. But yeah, very impressive play by white, whoever plays this game. Alright, so yeah, and apparently I think Matthias is actually playing board. There is some confusion because here it says that Matthias Jan playing against Brian Fong, and they both play for Kaisa 8 under 13. So I'm not sure what the reality is, but let's focus on this game. If white does have 20 seconds left, then this is very unclear. But on the board, definitely it's white who's pushing. And yeah, now if white finds f4 or h5 is actually pretty strong as well. To stop black from playing h5, and then there will be no support for the g4 pawn. f3 also makes a lot of sense, kind of the same idea as f4, but now black doesn't have to take on f3, and they can play like queen g7 or something like that. So here it's very simple. Black wants to keep the position as close as possible. White wants to open it up. So we'll see who will be more successful. Actually, with so little time on the clock, anything can happen. And even though I really like white's position on the board, I think practically taking black, just because white has so little time. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But black needs to realize that g takes f3 is definitely not an option. Not a good option, at least. That's what... that's probably the most natural move, but after takes, rook g1, black's king. Black's king is huge trouble. So, Black is spending time here. Let's see if there's any other interesting games left. This one can actually take a long time. Of course, theoretically it's a draw, but you know, I've seen even grandmasters losing the position like this. And then there is a big game here, but Black has 4 passers on the king side, which is usually more than enough. So this looks completely winning. Okay, so now f3, h5, f4, like this. And Black kind of panicked here. I think you should have played rook f8 or rook a8, definitely trying to protect the e5 pawn, but instead queen g6. White panicked as well. F takes e5 just wins the pawn. There's no compensation, and I thought this is something White was playing for, with queen c2 instead, and now it's a completely different story. Yeah, so now after e4 and then f5, White is left with this bishop on g3, which doesn't do anything at all. Yeah, so I'm taking Black. White played such a nice game, but for some reason didn't continue with just simple f takes e5, because there was no threats on this diagonal. At least I don't see any. So queen c2 is a bit of a panicking move, and then yeah, actually Black should have played f5, of course, to make sure the bishop is stuck on g3. Yeah, now it's better for White again. f6 was an interesting idea. Yeah, but now I think the pawn on f5 will be lost. Yeah, very interesting. Definitely, it's Black who's pushing now, but can he convert? I think if White gets to play a4 next, then it's just a draw. a4 is a must here. And now Black needs to play a4 in order to go rook b8 and then play b5. Yeah, but I guess it's not that easy to spot it. So a4 and then rook b8 and then b5, and Black is probably winning because they just have an extra pawn and the initiative on the queen side. But after rook b8, a4 now, this is just a fortress. I don't think Black can break through. Like, the engine gives a little advantage to Black. Actually, not anymore. Yeah, now it says it's completely equal. But I just don't really see any way to break through, so I guess it's a fair result. White was much better and Black was much better. White is much better. But that's totally fine. I don't really expect any adventures in this game anymore, but we'll see. Maybe Black will play knight. Okay, Black is playing for a win, which I respect, of course, but I'm not sure if Black is actually better here. I'm sure they're not. It's just an equal position. f5 next, but there's no way to break through. Yes, extra pawn, but not enough to win. So I can't even think of a scenario where White is losing this. Like, what are you supposed to do in order to lose this position? I don't think there's, like, unless you blunder in a rook or something. Somebody could flag. I think Black needs to speed up. I'm not liking it with 5 seconds on the clock. So what Black should do in this position is they need to make like 5 or 6 moves very, very quickly, gain some time, and then think of something playable here. But okay, in this position, it's just a draw. And yeah, interesting positional battle. And I think we have one game left. This is not as interesting. Absolutely drawish. But yeah, we'll see. Actually, here I think white could have tried something. I am just thinking, like, what's the best practical chance for white here? Probably to play some h4, h5 at some point. Like maybe h5 here, g takes, and then king h4. And then try to get this pawn like this. And then play 2 versus 1 with the potential weakness on h6. At least white gets a passer here, but I think rook b5 actually, yeah, makes an easy draw. Black doesn't even lose the pawn on h5, so yeah, this is actually not that hard for black, of course. Yeah, so we'll see if white can think of anything smart here, anything creative, but I think white just at some point runs out of ideas. And this is basically it. Yeah, it's not really possible to create a passer here, and if you can't create a passer, then you know there's just no other way to put pressure on black. Actually, I see some other games are still ongoing as well. Okay, this one is about to finish very soon. Made in 2. Or like this, yeah. This one. Actually, yeah, I'm curious what happened here because this was a very interesting game, but then just suddenly stopped. Yeah, and that's a typical situation for a commentator where you have like all the games are finished, and then there's one game left, which is some not so exciting rook endgame. But yeah, so what's the 50 moves rule situation? So the last move was h5. Last time the pawn move h5, move 42. And now it's move 68. And not much has changed since move 42. Of course, black doesn't want to exchange the rooks. Actually, I'm curious if it's possible. Yeah, even that is still a draw. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, king f5 and just king f6. And even in the pawn game, white can't really make any progress. So just tells you how much how safe black's position is. The only try I can think of is to play rook e5 and then maybe rook g5 and then maybe f5 at some point. I don't think bringing the king to c5 is anything special, but this is interesting. Black is offering an exchange. White doesn't take it, but white could actually take, but it still would be a draw. But now the king is too far away, actually. It may get kind of dangerous for white. No, but okay, king goes back to f6. So now maybe rook g5 and then some f5 stuff at some point. But okay, so this is move 75, so we have what, like Um, 17 moves left. If the pawns don't move. Actually, I like White's fighting spirit here, but I don't really like the king's maneuver because the king is going way far away from the action. I think like there's nothing on the queen side, and at some point, if White is like pushing too hard, it's even possible that Black gets some kind of initiative here. If the king is too far away. Move 82, so 10 more moves. If White doesn't make any progress, then the game will finish in a draw in 10 moves. Yeah, and I don't think they're making any progress with the king on c4. Although at this point it doesn't really matter where the king is. Still trying. 5 more moves. Move 90. Will they make it to 100? They could. I think in order to claim the 50 moves rule, first of all, Black needs to be aware of how to do it. Okay. Oh, now, I don't know if you can see it, but my lead chess says it's a draw. Because lead chess know it's been 50 moves. But in reality, the game is still ongoing. Because Black needs to claim a draw, I think. Which apparently has happened. If anybody could correct me in the chat, who can see the actual board. But yeah, I think the game actually finished in a draw. So let's see what's going on in the standings. Yeah, so Kaisa just crushed their opponent. So Kaisa girls say they lost their match. Actually, we can do it like this, I think. Kaisa girls, they lost their match. It was a very close one. And then, yeah, Spanish school. I don't think they actually fighting for the first place. Having only 2 players. So, yeah, and then the match between the Australian team and okay, Daoshesan boys. Sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing it badly, but yeah, that game and that match was still waiting for the results, as well as the St. Joseph's College versus TCAA, which I've been told that this is a strong team as well. So we're probably waiting for the clash between TSA and Kaisa at some point. Maybe even the next round, which will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome back to round 3, and as far as I understand, we have the big match in this round, under 18 section. Kaisa A is playing against TCA team, and let's take a look. Board 1, Brandon Fang is playing Kanapan Tanir Malai, and we have the Sicilian Dragon with G6. I think it's called Accelerated Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. There's like a regular dragon, there's a hyper dragon, hyper accelerated dragon, there's accelerated dragon. I think this one is just an accelerated dragon. And Brandon plays H3. Honestly, the move I'm not really familiar with. And I don't think this is one of the main theoretical moves. The trick here is that if white makes a natural move like f3, then black is actually seizing the initiative with queen b6 because the pawn on b2 now is hanging. If white plays bishop to b3, then knight takes e4 is a very important tactical trick. The knight on d4 is hanging, and if white takes on c6, then they just get mated. So f3 is considered to be inaccurate. The main move is bishop to b3, and the point is, if white castles or play h3 like they did in the game, and then knight takes e4 actually gives black a great game, and that's what Kanapan just played. After knight takes e4, g5, black gets the piece back and have no problems whatsoever. So h3 was played very quickly, but it's an inaccuracy. So after knight e4, black is completely fine, and great find by Kanapan. Yeah, actually, there's a famous game of, I think Fischer played it once, where black played knight a5 after, I think, bishop b3, knight a5. Yeah, this is a very famous game by Fischer. e5, knight e8, and now bishop takes f7. The idea is after rook takes f7, knight e6, and suddenly the queen is trapped, has no moves. And if king takes f7, the same idea, knight e6, the queen is trapped again, and if black takes with the king, then they get mated. King f5. Now there are different ways to checkmate black's king, but the simplest one is to play g4 and bring the rook, and then do something like this. So it's a very well-known trap. In the game, after knight takes c4, white played bishop takes f7, which actually makes sense. Rook f7, knight takes c4, but now after d5, black is completely fine. Or, there are some other options as well, but d5 I think is the most natural, and the only thing black needs to take care of is the e6 square after knight g5, but rook f6 followed by e5 gives black a great position. It looks a bit clumsy, the rook on f6, but actually it doesn't really matter as long as black gets the center, which they probably do. So, good position for TCA on board 1. Board 2, there is a Queen's Gambit decline with knight bd7, quite a popular line recently. Now the main move is to take on d5, bishop f4 is an option, bishop g5 is an option as well, of course. Black played bishop b4, and now we are in the so-called Ragoin defense territory. Also super popular opening, of course, and a very solid one. C takes one of the main moves. Now I think the main move is e3. White played queen b3, which is very ambitious. According to the theory, after c5, black is doing well, but, well, first of all, apparently Kyle is not that familiar with the theory, since he's spending a lot of time here. But also, even if he plays c5, then black needs to know a bunch of precise moves in order to equalize. So this is a little bit uncomfortable for black, I would say, at this point. Board 3, wow. This is a close Sicilian, so-called Grand Prix Attack. F4. Actually, I think this is an underestimated opening. Like, I don't really see it at the top level there often, but I played it myself in some blitz games, and I think, as usual in such sidelines, if white knows the nuances and knows the details of this line, black is usually unfamiliar and can, easily get in trouble. Like in this case, e6 is fine, d4, clearly some preparation. C takes d4 being the main move, but after knight d4, actually, white is already having a great position and a very dangerous attack. Like, what Paul is doing here is absolutely normal and natural, but in fact, after f5, which is a very strong move, I guess Ethan is still in the book. Black is already in trouble, as crazy as it sounds. Like, seemingly black doesn't really do anything bad, but yeah. As Sam is pointing out in the chat, Grand Prix is very decent against d6 Sicilians. I totally agree with that. Yeah. So f5, and if e takes, just e takes, and it turns out that it's not easy to take the pawn on f5, because if knight takes f5, then white goes g4, and there's a trouble on f7. So black needs to give up the knight, which is obviously not ideal. If they take to the pawn, then just rook e1, castles, bishop g5. Like, look at white's development here. And yeah, black is already lost. Like, they probably can't really save the knight on e7. So this is some amazing prep by Ethan, and 15:02 on the clock. 9 minutes for black. Honestly, this position looks already lost, and I think this is the best chance for black. At least, they get their king to safety, and yeah, but they lost a piece. So even that position isn't great, of course, but I think at this point it's probably the best practical chance. And then on board 4, there is some positional battle. d6, c3. Actually, c3 is the line which is not that popular, but also absolutely playable, of course. And for example, a very famous Mexican player, Martinez, aka Jospan, he plays this a lot as white and has some great results. White obviously wants to get the center. Knight f6 is one of the main moves. Bishop e2. Now the pawn is untouchable because of queen a4 check, and black loses a piece. So g6 makes sense. Bishop g7, bishop b5. Yeah, I'm very impressed by the opening prep of Chloe in this game. And bishop d7, rook e1, yeah, and then white actually gets a slightly better game, I think, because the bishop on g7 is not that great, and there's a weak square on d5. What's interesting is that black didn't castle here, but played b5, which is the strongest move, because after knight d6, suddenly the knight gets trapped on d6. So white probably needs to play knight e3. Engine thinks it's completely fine for black. And actually, I think the same way, yeah, because if white doesn't get to bother black with check on d6, then yeah, just completely fine. The bishop on g7 is a bit misplaced, I would say, but other than that, everything is totally fine. So very close match so far. Back to board 1. Yeah, so d5, knight g5, rook f6 happened. That's what I recommended, and yeah, black is playing just perfectly so far in this game. Knight e4, nice streak. D takes e4 is impossible because of queen takes d8, so rook goes back, knight c5. Yeah, but this is just worse. Nice center for black. Bishop pair. Of course, the knight is very tricky on c5, so it's far from like anything decisive, but if anyone is better, it's black for sure. So let's take a look here. Yes, on board 3, Paul didn't find anything better than just grabbing the pawn, but after rook e1, it's basically lost, as I already showed you. This game, queen d6, was actually the best move, but I didn't even mention it because I didn't really think it was possible to find. And yeah, after king e7, rook d1, white gets to keep the knight on d6. Maybe some knight g5 ideas, attacking the pawn on f7. Incredibly hard to go for this, I think, as white, but the engine is liking it. Maybe bishop e3, maybe some a4 ideas, trying to bring the rook on a1 into the game. Now d6 is, I mean, it looks a bit shaky, but apparently it's untouchable and just well placed. So some other matches, you can see, wow, you can see a checkmate here. Oops. Yeah, Tejas didn't really spend too much time here, as much as he should have probably, but yeah. Mate on move 7, but yeah, under 11, anything can happen, so, but that's a cool one. But yeah, let's focus on under 18. I think this is the as close as it gets. And high level play from all the players so far, which is very impressive. Yeah, on board 2, I was saying that after queen b3, bishop c5 is the main move, but bishop a5 is actually fine as well. Rook e8, c6. Yeah, black is maybe slightly worse because it's unclear what the bishop doing on a5. But on the other hand, all these positions are very solid. I'm talking about the structure. This sorry, talking about the so-called Carlsbad structure, and it's really hard for black to get a really bad position. So it is slightly worse because the bishop is misplaced, but other than that, black is okay here. So I would take white for sure, but nothing too scary yet. So board 1, Kanapan keeps making all the best moves. So I think his accuracy so far is like 100 here. Rook b8 was the best move, queen e2. And now Brandon actually, I think, is a bit underestimating black's initiative here. That would be a fine move if white was already castled, but now d4 is just begging to be played. Because the king is still in the center, so white can't really take like this because of rook e8. So I don't even know what they need to do, to be honest, because if they play queen c4, check, then there's queen d5, takes, and then the bishop is attacked, the b2 pawn is attacked as well. And if bishop c1, rook e8, black is having all the fun here in this position. In fact, the engine says it's just completely winning, like -3, which is not that obvious to me, to be honest, but clearly black is much better. And actually, that's what's happening. If black goes king h8, then rook d1 using the pin, and white is more or less okay. But if queen d5, I'm extremely impressed. Like, can anybody tell me what's his rating? What's his level? Because this is like, so 17 moves so far, like all the best moves. Very, very impressive. Yeah, black is just winning. Although, the engine says it's like -3, so it's equivalent to like an extra piece, which I don't think is the case here. Also, he's a Canadian master, was about 2000 some time ago. All right, no, I can clearly see that he knows what he's doing. I like Brandon's time management. He is fast, but not super fast. So putting some pressure on the clock as well, which is very important. But so far he's being outplayed here in this game. Board 2, yeah, not much has changed. Queen c7 makes sense, trying to get out of the pin. Rook c1. Maybe there's some other pin, but queen d6, bishop g3, queen e7. Yeah, black, makes a lot of moves with the queen, but it's not like white is like really improving his position. Queen e6 is also reasonable. So next move is probably knight e4. Just a maneuvering game at this point, and I still like white is a little bit better, but nothing special yet. Here, yeah, black did grab the pawn, rook a e1, and I mentioned castle, which is losing after bishop g5, but actually bishop e6 is a much better move. And now black's still in the game. Black is still in the game. It's not that it's like totally winning. I mean, the engine says it's a massive advantage for white, but white needs to find bishop g5, which is, in my opinion, not the most obvious move ever. Of course, there is some pressure on e-file, but also the bishop is attacked, so I would probably consider first a move like bishop b5 check, forcing black to go to f8, but this position is actually already fine. And white did make a mistake. Knight d5 is not the best move. Bishop g5, as I said, was a much better try. Because now we attack e6 as well as e7. If black takes on c4, then rook takes e7. Probably the most natural. And yeah, this position should be winning. While after knight d5, black can actually take and castle finally. And well, according to the engine, it's very unclear. Almost equal. But black is 2 pawns up. Finally managed to castle, so this actually looks promising for blacks all of a sudden. And then here, I was praising Chloe for finding the best queen d6 move. And maybe it was the best according to the engine, but well, the knight on b7 is not doing great. Okay, so white needed to play rook d1 here. And now she probably thought she could play like knight a5 and knight c6 at some point, but black found a very nice move a5, and now the knight is almost trapped. Bishop e3 trying to attack the pawn on c5, but knight takes e4, very strong move. Knight g5 takes, f6, bishop goes back, c4, and now rook d1. Wow. So far, only one inaccuracy from Chloe, I think, which was knight b7. But then she, I think, managed to find a lot of counterplay here. She's ahead on the clock. And even though the engine thinks black is better here, and I'm not going to argue with the engine, but it feels like practically white has some initiative here for the pawn. So, maybe some rook d5 next. Double on the d file, some rook takes b5 stuff, maybe f4 at some point. So this is not that easy for black to play. Rook h b8 being the best move here in the position, which is actually, I think, an easy move to play. But there are some other options as well. Okay, and on board 1, Kanapan is winning, but getting low on time, less than 4 minutes on the clock. After C takes, Brandon didn't take on d4, which I think was a mistake, because at least he should have doubled black's pawns, I think. But after bishop c1, now e4, the best move again. After knight a4, bishop d7 is the best move, but d takes c3 is good, bishop a6, not allowing the castle is good. Now this is just winning. Like, I wasn't that sure about this position, because at least, this pawn can potentially become weak. But this one, black is just crushing. Both of the bishops are really strong. Both of the rooks are working. The central pawns are, it's just as good as it gets. Just a winning position for black. But less than 3 minutes. So, still unclear. In this game, white made an interesting move, rook e2, trying to get rid of the pin. Actually makes sense. Bishop takes c3 and knight e4. Very logical play by both the players. And in this game, Kyle is low on time. So actually in every game, black has way less time than white. c4, white is pushing for sure here. Now there's some pressure on the d file, on the d pawn. If black takes, then there will be some pressure on f7, as well as some queenside pawns, mainly the b pawn. So I don't really like black's position here. I think maybe bishop takes c3 was just a wrong idea. Though the engine thinks it was fine, but in general, I see that many people, they don't really respect their bishops. And here I don't think it was necessary to take on c3. Black could have played knight e4. But yeah, this position is unpleasant. Board for, a4 was played, which was actually the second best move. But after rook d5, now Chloe is definitely back in the game. Maybe she's not even worse now. So in this game, anything can happen. In fact, I think white is more active and has more time on the clock. So I'm probably taking white here. But it's a 3-result game for sure. Kanapan, I was praising him because he was playing so well. And he even found the move bishop d7, knight c5. Here he took on c3, which gives away some of the advantage. Still much better for black. Maybe he should have taken the rook, but he didn't want to exchange. He didn't want to sacrifice the exchange, which he'll probably have to do anyways. So now it's getting tricky, and with the minute on the clock, I think I'm actually taking white here. Despite black being, they've all been like -3, but such a huge time difference that I think it's getting more and more unpleasant for Kanapan, who's been playing amazingly, but a bit too slow. Brandon Fang is a very good blitz player. I can see that. As I said, I think he's playing, his time management is great. Maybe a little bit too fast to my taste, but it's definitely better to be fast than too slow. Okay, so now black should just play d4 and keep a huge advantage, because d4 has been played, because the pawn will get to d3 and then maybe to d2. Actually, if white's rook was on c1, then it would be a completely different story, but with the rook on h1, it's hard to bring it into a game, and that's why the engine claims it's still completely winning for black. 26 seconds. I'm not that optimistic, but we'll see. If Kanapan gets to keep the situation under control, then he can definitely still win this game. But 20 seconds. Well, some think that black still should win this game. The position is just too good. Oh, alright, so the position is good. Very good. But 20 seconds. I don't know, I'm taking white. Just because there's so... Just because Brandon has like 9 minutes and 20 seconds for black. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this game, but here, yeah, white is playing amazing chess. Khrushchev is just outplaying Kyle completely. Much more time on the clock and playing like great positional chess. I like to see it. Yeah, got the C file, pressure on B7, pressure on D5. The light squares are kind of weak now, so this one I think Khrushchev will win. Black is getting mated here because that's a knight D5. Black didn't take on D5 and played knight C6 instead. Probably trying to go to E5, but after queen G3, yeah, this is now getting dangerous again. So in such situation, black has to find a way to castle. And in this case, it wasn't actually that difficult. Just knight takes D5 and then castle. But knight C6, bishop E5, yeah. B5, wow. Okay, B5 is clearly too much. King safety is the priority here. The engine wants to solve this problem by playing king d7, which is not that obvious, of course, but at least it's better to get the king to d7 because on e8 it does nothing. And b5 is, I mean, even if you don't see an immediate refutation, it just screams to be a wrong move. Because the king is in the center, queen g7, okay, it wasn't the best. White could have taken on b5, and then after bishop d5, taking on e5 with the queen, actually. And if queen takes, then rook d1 suddenly, and the queen can't really protect the knight for too long. So the queen e4, rook e1, black is completely lost. White played queen g7 instead, but yeah, here still huge initiative, and white makes a blunder. He needed to find rook takes f5, which I guess wasn't that simple, and then queen f7. And the king is on f5. And that would have been a beautiful attack, because queen takes f6, there's rook f1. And the game is over. So rook f5 was just crushing. Also, there was some knight e4 stuff, but knight h7 actually looks very natural, because white wants to play knight g5. But now black had a move rook g8, taking care of the g5 square. After queen h6, rook g6, suddenly the king is safe, and the knight is completely misplaced on h7. But what black played queen d4 check instead, which makes sense. King h1 and queen h4. Wow, this is such a crazy game. Like after knight g5, white is winning again, but anything can happen. So black suddenly also has some mating threats. So I think we will stay here, but take a quick look to the other games. And looks like, yeah, at this point the position is simplified. So 20 seconds don't really matter anymore. And yeah, Canapan I think is winning this one. So Sam was right. This is a very weird move, by the way. I think black can just take on h3 and it's simply winning. But rook f7 still winning as well. So I would just try to simplify the position as much as I can. Yeah. But doesn't really matter, like black can bring the king to h4 and yeah, there's some very little hope for white here. I would say it's almost done. Okay, so here Khrushchev completely winning, and Chloe is losing her piece on b7. She needed to play knight a5, the move she wanted to play a long time ago, but here it required some tremendous precision from white in order to stay in the game. But after bishop f8, turns out that all this setup is not reliable anymore, and if white goes rook b5, then just rook c7 and black wins the knight. So what do we have so far? Kanapan is winning his game on board 1, even with 3 seconds on the clock. Khrushchev is winning his game. Extra pawns. This one is crazy, but white should win by just playing h3. So this is a point for Kaisa. So Kaisa, I think, is winning the match, actually. No, hold on a second. Kanapan winning board 1, Khrushchev winning board 2, which makes it 2-0 in TSA favor. And then Kaisa will win on board 3. And yeah, Chloe is losing here. So apparently it will be a draw in this match. So 4 decisive games, but 2-2. But okay, all the games are still ongoing, so maybe we will see some crazy turnarounds here. But yeah, I think Kanapan is converting this one for sure. Khrushchev looks like he's completely winning as well. Who is not winning yet? Is there anything unclear? Yeah, I think white is losing the piece in this position. So let's stay here. Maybe something will happen in this game. So what I definitely wouldn't do as white is I wouldn't exchange the queens here for sure. Black's king is much weaker, so there is no need to exchange the queens. I think it would be a significant mistake. Probably still winning for white, but then it would get much trickier than it should. So I'm expecting some queen c7 or queen b7, and white should be much better. Yes, queen c7, great move. And then probably, if knight d4, then just c3, and if knight d7, then some rook d1, rook d6 is very powerful. White can take on the pawn on c5 as well, so... Okay, and board 1, Nathaniel, board 4, sorry, he won his game for Kaisa A. Also a very tense one, but Chloe lost her knight. Khrushchev is converting his advantage after e4. Kanapan, yeah. This one is easy now. So, what else is going on? I can see that white got checkmated in a bunch of wars. But yeah, let's finish with this one. This is the decisive game, I think, at this point. But white should convert for sure. And a great attack by Ethan. Now rook d6 feels like the simplest. Rook d7 also makes sense, yeah. Now if he finds rook takes f5, which is not a difficult one, but a cool move, then it's over. Or rook takes e7 and then rook takes f5. Rook d6, yeah, forces the queen's exchange, and now it's totally different from the endgame I was talking about like 5 moves ago, because now white can actually grab the pawn on a6, and they already grabbed the pawn on c5. I still wouldn't go for the endgame, because it feels like, the e-pawn can go fast and quick and far. So there is suddenly some little counterplay, which white didn't have to allow at all. Like some e3 now. Actually, I can see black saving this game, so we'll see. Still completely winning for white, of course, but you know, the pawn on e2, it can get annoying. Rook e1, knight f5, and then some knight d4, knight f3 maybe at some point. Especially with little time on the clock. It's possible for white to mess it up. And then Khrushchev is winning, although there is some tricks like potential fortress with the king on a6. I mean, not a fortress, but difficulties for white to break through after king e6. d7, for example, I think just makes a draw. I mean, in this position, because rook can come to d4 and then it would be a draw, but this position is winning for sure. Okay, what about this one? I hope Ethan didn't flag, because this would be a costly point for his team. And this one is not so clear. Yeah, as I said, white needs to show some good technique in order to win this one. But it is winning objectively, because I think if we get the similar position with the pawns on g5 and h6 for white and the king on g6, then I think it's theoretically drawn. Like, this one is at least theoretically winning, but white will probably need to sacrifice the pawn on e5 at some point, at the right point. But I'm curious what happened here, because there's no move from white. I hope he didn't lose on time. That would be a bit too much, especially for such an important match. Yeah, okay, so white is... I was gonna say white is breaking through, but... Wow. If he plays king f4 now, then rook e4, a very nice stalemate trick, and this is a draw. But white did play king d4, rook d1, and now king c5. Yeah, white found the right plan. The king is breaking through and it's winning, I think. It is winning, but yeah, white was... black was close, I think. Now king b6 is the only winning move, by the way. Which is the most obvious one as well, but still. No, but I believe in Khrushchev's technique, because I think he's been flawless in this game. So I really don't think he will spoil it at this point. Okay, now this is simple. King c8, d8, rook c7. No checks, and the pawn is getting promoted, so... This game is a draw? Okay, I need a confirmation. If anybody is in the playing hall, that this game actually finished in a draw, because it doesn't really make much sense to me. I mean, I understand that it became unclear at some point, but I don't believe white would take a draw in this position. So, especially in such much situation where, you know, every half a point matters, and if this game actually finished in a draw, which I believe that's what happened, then Kaisa actually lost their match, which is a bit surprising, but yeah, mainly thanks to phenomenal play by Kanapan and Khrushchev on board too. So yeah, I guess this is what happened, and we all the games I think I've finished, including this one, even though technically the clock is still running here, but yeah, I guess there's a checkmate on g7, so yeah, very interesting. This match was a very high quality match, and all the games were tense. A bit of luck for TSA, but in order to win such matches, you need to get lucky at some point, so that's totally fine. And I think after this round we have a lunch break. So let's glance at the standings. Yeah, so it's official. Board 2 was a draw. And no, wait, hold on. It's round 3, sorry. Round 2. Yeah, round 3 looks like that. So it's not official yet, but we see some other results here. Harrow School drew the Australian team 2-2, and then St. Joseph beat poor Spanish school with 2 boards instead of 4. And then yeah, this big match, Kaisa versus TSA, but apparently TSA won their match, so they will lead the under 18 section for sure. St. Joseph board 1 is probably the best player in the tournament. Okay, so yeah, he has won all of the games, and he actually beat Kanapan in round 2, so if he beat Kanapan, then yeah, he's probably the best player here. 2200 performance, pretty good. Alright, so I believe, as I said, there's a lunch break now, so the next round should start in 45 minutes, and yeah, I'm also taking a short break, and we'll be back soon. Thank you. Actually, I just realized, okay, first of all, I need to fix my light, and secondly, next round starts in 15 minutes, and then after that round there will be a lunch break. But I guess you guys are all familiar with that anyways, so that just confirming it for myself. Be right back. Welcome back to the Hong Kong Interschool and Open Team Chess Championship, round 4, which is about to begin. And we have the following matches on the GGT boards. TSA is taking on Renaissance team, under 18, and then under 13 TSA again, taking on YCA team. And under 11, Kaisa A is playing YCA team as well. So YCA is doing great, TCA is doing great, and Kaisa is doing great as well. So these are the teams that the leading teams, obviously. And let's see how it goes. But for those of you who were watching, you guys probably know that I've been really impressed by Canapan's play, as well as Krishiv in the previous round. For some reason, Licha says that Chloe already won her game, but I don't really think that's the case. So let's wait for the moves. I think it's about to start any minute. And Samuel, how's he doing in the tournament? I'm curious. Where is Renaissance team? That's weird. Okay. So Samuel is not doing that great. Has lost 2 games so far. Okay, at this point it's not really relevant. Every game is a new one. So we see the Spanish Ruy Lopez from the white player, and the black plays d6, which is I think is extremely rare at this point. It used to be somewhat popular, but now if black wants to play this d6 Spanish lines, they usually start a6, and after bishop a4, then they go d6, because then we have black has some b5 ideas at some point if they want to, which is always useful. After d4 now, black is already slightly worse, I think. So, but in order to prove it, white needs to be accurate as well. So, knight c3 is a fine move, of course. Now, for some reason, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, and then queen e2 is considered to be the best by the engine. I guess now e5 pawn is hanging, and if e takes, then knight takes d4, and then white can castle short. But even stronger would be to play bishop g5 and castle long, and this knight probably goes to f5, and the position actually does look somewhat unpleasant, but I think it's not easy to play it as white if you don't know exactly that this is the best line. So I expect just simple castle, and as I said, like this d6 line is out of fashion, and for a reason. Queen d3, interesting idea. I guess Canapan is familiar with this idea. Honestly, I've never seen this before, and I think like simple castle would be probably slightly better. But okay, this move is still fine. I guess he wants to protect the pawn, and also maybe go like bishop g5 at some point and castle long. Black plays knight b4, so it looks tempting to do that, but white is not gonna blunder his queen. So the queen e2, the queen is actually where it belongs, while the knight on b4 is misplaced, and at some point black will probably have to play knight c6, which doesn't equalize anyways. So white is slightly better in this game. This one is extremely solid and dry. So it's the 4 knights. The line is relatively popular, but with a different move order. If if black starts with knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, knight c3, we get this position, which is, you can see it at any level from the very beginning till the very top. And in this case, it was a bit of a different move order, which considered to be inaccurate, the move bishop c4 because of knight takes c4. And after knight takes c4, g5. So we've seen this idea today, and this is very typical. This knight takes c4 stuff needs to be considered all the time when the bishop is on c4. And I did that. So yeah, now we just got some exchanges. For whatever reason, Justin decided to take with the c pawn, which is not that great. Usually in such situations you want to take a takes b3 towards the center, and yeah, this one is not an exception. Now if the c takes b3, white's structure is a bit spoiled, and I already like black. Nothing special, but like definitely white would prefer to have the a pawn on b3 in this position. Although the engine says it's still equal, but I'm not really impressed by the c takes b3 move. Other than that, both of the sides have been playing well. This one is the Berlin. Very popular, of course, as well. Although now, bishop c5, I'm not sure about. Knight takes c4 is definitely the main move by far. Bishop c5 again allows the same idea, knight takes c5. And after knight e5, d4, white is slightly better. So I could already tell that, you know, the players are not really familiar with this knight takes e4, knight takes e5 trick, because this is already the third time we see that one of the sides allows this, and usually it's good to take on e5. But okay, we get this position. Bishop f1 to me looks a bit too passive. I think taking is completely fine. If you don't want to exchange, then bishop d3 makes more sense to me. Bishop f1 is a bit too far, I think, but still okay, of course. No, bishop g5, queen f3, rook d1. I mean, we want to make sure that the knight on d4 is not hanging, but yeah, white is better here for sure. d6 is kind of weak. If d5, then always e5, and white gets some initiative on the king side. So TSA team is pushing for sure, as expected, I guess. Very strong team. This one is kind of funny because it already says that black won the game, but the game is clearly ongoing, and white is not having fun here. After queen takes b6, you know, sometimes I can see that players trying to be smart instead of making the most natural move. Like in this case, I think Chloe could just take the pawn on b6 and be a healthy pawn up. But instead she decided to go after the rook, but after rook c1, I guess she missed that after bishop b2, the pawn on c6 is hanging. And now suddenly it's white who is better. So black probably needs to take on d2, queen b6. And actually not queen d2, but probably knight takes d2. So after queen b6, there's bishop d6. And this is very annoying because black's king is stuck in the center, and white has full compensation for sure. Yeah, bishop takes d2 happened. Now white needs to take with the knight. Otherwise, they worse. Or not better, at least. Yeah, so queen takes. The problem with this move that now bishop d6, there's knight e4. a double attack, and black is just winning here. So yeah, I think Chloe will convert her extra pawn now, but we'll see. Any other interesting games? Okay, so yeah, this one looks pretty interesting. The boys under 11, and we see a big fight in the Dragon Sicilian, which is considered to be one of the most one of the sharpest openings. And now black is going for the attack as well as white, and it's always unclear who gets the initiative first. H5 is not something I would recommend here for sure. In general, you don't wanna move the pawns in front of your king unless you're forced to. And in this case, black could actually play a4, attack the bishop, then maybe a3. Another good option, I think, is b5. So h5. Yeah, I just don't really see any need for this move at this point. It actually allows white to open up the position on the king side, something that they really want to do. And now a smart move would be to play a4 to stop black's counterplay. Instead, castling, b5, queen h6. Still, because of that h5 move that allowed white to exchange the dark square bishops, which is good for white, of course, and allowed white to open the g file as well and get the queen to h6. White is the one who has huge initiative here. The pawn on g6 is hanging. If a4, I'm guessing bishop g5, and if the rook moves somewhere, then white can actually take on g6, followed by some rook g1 ideas. Absolutely winning position. So only move actually is to play e6 and then try to survive the attack. Yeah, rook c8 is just a blunder because of the queen g6. There's no compensation. Let's see if white can spot this idea. I think they can. It feels like that's why they played queen h6. So let's wait for this move to happen on the board, and then we can go somewhere else. h4, h5 is also an interesting idea. So yeah, queen takes g6 is on the board, and white is completely winning. Next move is rook g1. I think black is about to get checkmated here. So interesting games, but let's go to the main ones. I mean the older ones. So here, yeah, Kanapan is completely winning. Somehow he trapped black's queen. So that's where we left the game. c5, knight f3, bishop e7 makes sense. a3 makes sense, bishop e3. White probably wants to castle long. Yeah, and queen g4 was a bit too much. Black should have just castled, and yeah, this is not the first time when we see that, you know, players make the same mistake. They get a bit too greedy instead of just getting their king to the safe place. Queen g4, now h3. Yeah, now the queen is just trapped. Rook g1, rook g5. Queen has to go to h6 and then rook f5, for example, and knight h4. The queen has no moves. So that's a great example why you don't want to go after the pawns with your king in the center. So I'm sure Kanapan will find all of this and convert his extra queen. Yeah, this one we actually left it was equal, and now it's still equal. Both of the sides making some developing moves. Makes sense. Now white offering queen's exchange. which doesn't really change the evaluation. I think the endgame will be equal as well. Actually, white doesn't have to exchange. They can go like queen b5, for example. And maybe a5 will be a weakness, but yeah, overall this position is somewhat equal. He actually took on b7. Now queen takes b3 and then a4 is hanging. And also there's a much bigger threat. Queen takes b3, let's say white tries to get smart and take the pawn on a5, because after bishop takes a5 there's queen takes b3, but black has bishop takes f2. He's the one who wins the queen. So this is actually a nice trap. I think, okay, rook a8 also makes sense. Now rook b8 is a big threat. So queen b7 was a bit too much. Justin probably thought that his opponent just blundered the queen, the pawn, but in fact it was a nice trap. Yeah, and Paul on board 3 also has a significant initiative here. He played bishop f4, d5, bishop g5. Very interesting move. I was considering e5 mainly, but bishop g5 also makes a lot of sense. Putting pressure on the knight on f6. Pawn on d5 as well. So takes, knight takes. Now this is not safe for black's king at all. Knight goes to c2. Actually, I like this move. White wants to move the queen to h5 or f3, but the knight is attacked, so white moves the knight first, and then queen f3, and then rook d1, and then bishop b5. Okay, bishop b5 wasn't super necessary. I think bishop c4 was a bit more precise, but a very strong game by Paul here. And now there's no winning continuation for white, but they can just play like knight e3, for example, and such a weak king, it's clearly much better for white. So knight d6 is also a nice option. Maybe b7 will be hanging, maybe f7 at some point. So I like white a lot here. So it feels like TSA is better on all the boards. Here, Chloe is a pawn up. White has a bishop pair, which gives them some compensation, but it shouldn't be enough for an extra pawn. So black is pushing here as well. This is the under 13 match. The position itself is kind of equal. White has a bishop pair and also a somewhat weak pawn on d4. So black is fine, but white is fine as well. And then this one, white will probably grab this pawn on c4. After rook takes b2. Although if they take right now, then black gets to win the pawn on a2, and the position will be fine for black. So a3 probably first, and then the c4 pawn is not going anywhere. It's important that the knight is protected by the rook on d5, so it's not really a double attack, it's just an attack on the a2 pawn, which white can and should defend. Okay, this one is actually pretty interesting. Some really non-standard structure. Let me see the opening. The London, okay. Queen c1 makes sense. Bishop h5 also makes sense. Sorry, knight h5. Yeah, now we get this more or less standard position. And here black also, instead of simply castling, just decided to get creative. h6, c5. Okay, now this structure is just crazy. King has to go to d8, knight f5, and the bishop goes to e6. I mean, it's definitely better for white, but black also gets some initiative on the king side, so it's quite interesting. But I think all of this was Absolutely unnecessary. Just simple castle would give black a great position. So clearly, coaches need to work on castling. With many of the players, they do everything right except that they don't castle. And if you don't castle, then your king will probably be unsafe, and it doesn't really matter what else you do if your king is about to get mated. So, but yeah, okay, let's go to the main match. The queen is still not trapped, but it's about to, I think. Maybe not immediately, but black's position is really bad because there's just no compensation for like super active pieces for white. For example, after queen g6, just rook g1, threatening bishop takes f6. There's not much black can do about that, and this is basically game over. And in this case, white's queen on b7 is about to get trapped, but knight d4. The idea is that we attack the queen, queen d7, and e5. d5. Now rook b8 is the next move black wants to play, but after e6, maybe f takes, rook takes. There's still some chances. Because after rook b8, there's rook takes e7, and then queen takes d5. The queen survives, and then knight f5 next. g7 is weak. Actually, it's probably better for white here. So, but e6 is not the only move. Otherwise, the queen just has no moves. Paul, I was actually praising him for finding all the great moves, and then somehow, yeah. Another thing which I've already talked about is that people like to go fancy for whatever reason. They like sacrificing pieces, just generally not that bad, of course, but in this case, like it was so unnecessary. White's position was great, anyways. And he actually spent quite a lot of time, and I don't even know what he blundered here. Because black could actually play rook g8, and now it's black who is attacking. So f2 is also weak. But, okay, knight g7. For some reason, he didn't take on d7. Maybe he didn't see that the rook was protected, but after rook takes, queen takes, rook g6, queen takes a2, even. White doesn't have time to win the knight on d7 because of queen b1. Checkmate. So, yeah, white was close to winning, and now it's basically lost because it was unnecessary. Sacrifice on f6 was not needed at all. Chloe still has her extra pawn, and I think she will convert it. I don't really see any compensation. White did have a bishop pair, but not anymore, so yeah, just don't see anything that can help white here. Queen knight e4, queen c2, f2 will be attacked, c2 will be attacked, b1 will be attacked. So just need to activate the pieces and push the pawns carefully. So this should be close to winning. Justin on board too. Meanwhile, he found the best move e6, and now it's still a game. Although, yeah, black can take on d4, which he actually did, and yeah, it's lost now. I mean, white needs to sacrifice an exchange, and yeah, bishop takes f2 actually very smart, because if queen e7, then queen takes d5, and then bishop is black is losing the bishop, and white gets some pawns and lots of compensation. But after bishop f2, yeah, there's no pawn on f2 anymore, and some compensation because the bishop is really strong on c3. But generally, it's just lost, I think. So we'll see how Justin how how he will try to survive this, but Khrushchev is strong. Yeah, so this one is actually, I think, the most interesting game so far. Li Sheng Wang versus Clement Law. And, yeah. Suddenly Black gets some initiative here. I think they should take on G2 for sure. And let's say King takes and then try to escape with the King to B8. The King will be more or less safe, actually. If Bishop takes C8, then Black always has a draw with Perpetual, so I think we will stay on this game and see what Clement will do. But honestly, I don't really see any other move besides H takes G2. So it's the strongest move, but also the most natural one. So I think it should be played, but we'll see. We will see. Okay, so Paul got his piece back, but there is a little nuance. So first of all, there's a really cool move, Queen takes B2, which basically wins the game for Black, because if Queen takes B2, then Rook E1, it's game over. And if Queen G3 check, let's say, King H8, there's just no compensation at all. E1 is hanging, and if Knight D3, then just Queen B1. So Queen takes B2 would have been a really nice tactics. Instead, Black played Queen E6, which is also winning. Rook D1, and now they need to find Bishop takes F2. King takes, and then Queen E2, and then Queen takes D1. Lots of extra material and the winning position. So if Black finds it, then it's over. Queen E2 is also winning, but I think it's not that simple. So Queen G3 check now, and then the Rook is attacked, as well as Queen takes C1 is a threat. So Queen C3 has to be played, and now Rook E5. That's the only winning move, but still, this guy's hanging. F2 is hanging as well, and yeah, it looks like Paul is actually losing in this game. And all of a sudden, Chloe is about to get not mated, but she is somewhat in trouble. White has a cool idea. King G6, Rook H6 check now, which is actually absolutely insane. Because now if Black takes, then Queen G8 and F4 and Queen D8 checkmate. Okay, but this line is relatively simple. What happens if Black takes with the Rook? With the King on G5. And now it's getting even crazier. Queen H8. If now the Rook drops, then G4 is a checkmate. And suddenly it's not that easy to stop Queen G7 or Rook H5. Queen C3, let's say there's F4 and then G4. Also a checkmate. So a very cool idea. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the game. White just played Bishop F4, but okay, this tactics wasn't that simple. Meanwhile, Trident just took a draw in this position. Which is fine, but Rook E5 was -6. Because this is everything is hanging and White can't really do anything about that. Khrushchev won his game quickly. Kanapan, he has an extra piece and also winning probably. So in this game, in this match, only this game is left. left unclear. So, but now black is about to deliver some very powerful attack as well. And I think if Anlan doesn't find this rook h8 check, then he's in trouble, big trouble. So, but yeah, this could have been the tactics of the tournament if white would have found this rook h8 and rook h6 check. But it was like a GM level tactics, so not surprised that he missed it. And now less than a minute on the clock as well, so troublesome position for white. Queen h1 is coming, and then knight e4 check, and then something will happen because queen and knight are very powerful together, and it feels like there's not much I can do about it, honestly. So probably the game will finish soon. Yeah, and this game, the one which was really cool, and I expected to h takes g. I expected black to play h takes g2 here, but instead king c7, and then yeah, white just grabbed the rook, and now white is completely winning here. There's no attack, and no queen for black, fortunately. Yeah, now knight e4 should be game over here. Only 30 seconds left for white, but also his position is really bad, so I think TCA will lose like half a point in this match, which is not that big of a deal anyways. So they will continue leading the tournament. This game, white is completely winning. h6 being the simplest. I think then h7, h8, like there's not much to talk about. Also, white rooks can join the c file, which would be very powerful as well. And this is typical tactics in such situation when you trying to break through on one side of the board, and your opponent does everything to cover all the squares there, and then you suddenly switch to another side, and because all of black's pieces are protecting the king side, then it becomes very, very powerful. So yeah, this is basically winning for white, plus 8.5 to be precise. Chloe is still thinking, by the way, interesting. And yeah, still a piece up for Kanapan. Yeah, other games are almost finished. All of them. Okay, there's this one game. Jonathan playing against Zachary. And if the timings are correct, then it's a very, very dangerous situation for Zachary Town. But his position actually is fine. Yeah, there's this pawn on c6, which is very strong, but it's blockaded as for now. And black has some ideas like knight h4, for example, which is winning immediately because queen g2 would be a threat, as well as knight takes f3. So, and black finds it, and suddenly he just had like 5 seconds on the clock in a slightly worse position, and white totally missed this knight f3 idea, and queen e1 is a checkmate. So we came here like 2 moves ago. White is slightly better, and 4 minutes on the clock. 2 moves later, the game is over. But not only the fact that the white missed knight takes f3 makes this maneuver bad, but even if there wasn't like knight takes f3. First of all, the rook is hanging. Secondly, moving the knight to h1, I don't think it's ever been a good idea in chess. So knight was perfectly placed on d3. There was no need to move it anywhere else. So knight h1 is a big mistake, and because of it, black is winning the game. A bit unexpectedly, but still. And Chloe apparently is still thinking in this position, which is hard to believe because I think she plays very fast in general. And knight e4 is just such a natural move to play. Like, I think it's probably DGT board, which is lagging a little bit. Because she's been thinking for like, what, 5 minutes? No, I don't really believe in it. Ganapan, yeah. Won all of black's pieces. Continuing to impress me, very, very high level. Chloe still no moves in this game. This one, black is totally winning. 2 pawns up, no compensation. This one, black won. This one, white is about to promote the second queen. This one is actually just close to equal. And both sides have only 30 seconds left. So actually this is the most tense game left. Because Chloe is completely winning. And I'm sure she already played something, even though Lichess doesn't show it. But yeah, let's focus on this one because it's a time scramble and the position is absolutely unclear. If anybody is better, it's probably black because of the more advanced pawn. Yeah, now f4, f3 is actually somewhat dangerous. So white plays f3, which is actually not a bad idea at all, because after e takes, then the rook is hanging. And if e3, then queen d3, and e3 could become a weakness, but also it can be a strength. So king h8 was played, but now white can just take on e4 once, and then probably bring the queen to e3. King h1, okay. Some good level from both of the players so far. Both have to play really fast, but don't really make any mistakes yet. I think white needs to start pushing these guys. Yeah, b4 is a great move. So far it's still equal, but feels like it's a little bit easier for white to play. But maybe we will see a draw now. Repetition after queen g6, king h2, queen d6. No, black is playing for a win. Okay. That's good. Maybe now we will see repetition. If white wants to, they can play queen, rook e2. Okay, now white is playing for a win. Interesting. Very interesting. But maybe this is actually a decisive game of this match. I can only see 3 boards here, unfortunately. But in one of them, Kaisa A won their game. And here, Kaisa lost their game. So this is actually an important game. But as I said, I think white is slightly pushing here. e4 is more of a weakness, and then it's easier for white to push their pawns. c6 is actually completely fine. So yeah, so far I'm actually impressed by the play of both of the players. We've been watching this game for the past like more than 10 moves actually, and I don't think they made any mistakes. So high level. C5, okay. Also fine. B5. B5 now it's hard for white to push the pawn here. So it probably would be a bit more precise to take on C5 and then try to push this pawn as far as possible. King H7 is smart. Okay, so black is just waiting. Although black could try to play E3 at some point if they wanted to. And now repetition. And white is declining again. E3 is an option, but black is not really trying to play for a win, I guess. He just wants to like move back and forth, which is fine. Like he doesn't necessarily have to win this game. And I'm not even sure if white is like any worse here actually. So the end says it's slightly better for black. But I think practically it's just equal. Although there are some ideas like rook d7, rook d3 attacking this pawn. Yeah, but black doesn't really want to do anything. And as I said, this is absolutely understandable. White is the one who's trying to push for a win, but it may backfire. Let's see. I think now black can actually play e3. But he didn't really use his chance, and now he's gonna move back and forth again, probably. The question is, how does white make any progress? And it's been 68 moves in this game. And it's kind of funny that if anybody should play for a win, here it's black, but it's actually white who's trying. Now probably he wants to bring the queen to f4, which makes sense, but doesn't really change anything. If black wants to... Actually, queen f6... Still equal, but now takes g4, and then king can come to f4 and attack the e4 pawn. Yes, that's what Ashton does. Now it may get unpleasant. I don't really like this queen f6 move. Although black can also attack the weakness on a4, of course. And now they need to do something, because e4 is about to fall. Yeah, rook a8, but this is now losing because now white can take. Actually, take with the king. Sorry. And then activate the king and then go after the b6 pawn. This is now lost position. White can also try, of course, rook a2, protecting the a4 pawn, but rook takes e4 is much stronger. No, but he did play rook a2, but now a5. a5. And white is breaking through on the queen side. b6, b5, b6, and c5 is weak, e4 is weak. Bunch of weaknesses for black. Yeah. A simple play like this one, or rook b1 and then b6. Black's rooks have to protect the pawn on e4, but that's very passive. Yeah, so he tries h5, but doesn't really change anything. White can just take, go rook d1, rook d5, stuff like that. Rook g1 also makes sense. Move 81. Let's see if we get to 100. I would consider king f5. That's probably something that he will do. No, rook g1. Okay, so he wants to go here, I'm guessing. Otherwise, I don't really see the point of that move. Or rook b1, of course, also makes sense. Or even rook e1 and then just grab the pawn on e4. That's probably the simplest. So, yeah, king h5. Rook e1, I think, will happen. King h4, and now rook h1 mate is the simplest. So black is not in time to take on h4 and try to calculate some pawn endgame, which would be lost anyways, but yeah, now just rook takes e4. And the problem for black is this pawn is protected. It's not only a passer, but it's a protected passer. So yeah, that's some nice technique by Ashton. He was rewarded for his patience. Yeah, king g3, nice, protecting the pawn. This is a passive move. Like, passive defense in such situations will never really give black any chances to save the game. Only active defense, like rook d8, try to go here, attack the pawns. In this case, it's still lost, but it's a very important rule, I think, that you never want to go passive in such situations. So rook d8 is the best try, but why can even play b6, I think. The pawn is way too strong here. Okay, rook e4, rook d1, or rook d3, whatever. Rook d8. Again, a little bit too passive. I think I would prefer my rook to have around here to try to stop b pawn, or give some checks if needed. Okay, b6. I'm expecting rook b8, which doesn't help, yeah, because of rook e6, and now this is actually a good example of why the passive play, is hopeless in such situations. b7, then rook comes to b6, black can resign. I mean, there's a bunch of other moves as well, but this is the simplest. h5 is also pretty good. And now the king will just come over. Move 97. 98. Okay, 99. Is he gonna resign and move 99? He did. Okay. So we didn't make it to the 100, but yeah, nice technique by Ashton. And yeah, I don't really know what happened to Chloe, but I assume she didn't lose on time. So let's take a look at the standings. So this is ranking after round 4, under 18. So TSA has won all of their matches. And honestly, at this point, looks kind of unstoppable. Very impressive. Kaisa is second. TSA B is on the third place. And Saint Joseph on the fourth. So Spanish school and the Harrow school, they tied for the last. But Spanish school has only 2 boards, so I guess this is something that we could expect. Yeah. Alright, so I believe the next round starts in 40 minutes. So hope everybody will get some nice lunch, and I'll be back. We will follow the 5th round. Welcome. Sorry. Welcome back to round 5 of the Interschool and Open Team Chess Championship. And we're about to witness the match between TSA A and TSA B team. TSA A is leading the tournament, TSA B is on the second place. Actually, the same thing is happening under 13, and the same thing is. No, not the same thing. I was gonna say the same thing under 11, but no, under 11, Kaisa A is taking on Puiching A. So that's gonna be pretty interesting. But so far, TSA A team is unbeatable. So let's see if anybody can stop them. Guess the games are about to begin anytime. So let's see if I got any news from the organizers. If the games are about to start. No news yet, but we still have 3 more rounds to go. And here's the standings after round 4. Funny thing is, Kaisa A scored more individual points, but it doesn't really matter. The team points are more important than TSA's in the lead. They beat Kaisa. I'm guessing TSA team should be a favorite against a TSA B team as well. So we'll see. I guess the break is still ongoing, so I will be right back once the game starts. Alright, so the games have begun. And let's follow them. War 1. Kanapan is already much better. So he played the Sicilian. White went for e5, which I don't think was necessary at all. I think the standard way of playing these calm positions would be to play like d3 and then h3, and not rushing at all. Sometimes d4, of course, is a reasonable idea as well. But e5, I think in general this structure is nothing special for white. First of all, secondly, there are some tricks like bishop g4 or even knight g4 looks interesting. And maybe some queen d4 ideas, double attack, or even bishop d4, so f2 is kind of weak. So e5 I think was inaccuracy from white. f3, queen d4, yeah, was probably missed. I think Canis is playing way too fast to my taste. He probably blundered his queen g4 stuff, and now also knight takes h2, amazing find by Kanapan, and if white takes the knight, then queen h4 and the rook is hanging. So white took on e7, but yeah. White took on e7, but forgot about his queen on f3, so that's game over. Krishiv, I'm sure, knows what he's doing as well. Played the interesting mix of the Catalan and the Queen's Gambit decline. Usually black just castles here and then takes on c4. Luciana in this case played b6, which is also fine, by the way. Like the top players, they usually don't like to get this kind of structure, but b6 is fine. Yeah. Honestly, I've never seen this move before in this exact position, but it doesn't really look that bad at all. So bishop g2, bishop b7, b3. Now we're back to some normal Catalan territory. And I think the standard move is knight bd7 followed by c5, but c5 immediately also makes a lot of sense. Knight e5, yeah, clearly tells us that Krishiv is familiar with this type of position because, because knight e5 is one of the main. Knight e5 is one of the main moves. Then queen goes to h4. Like, could have played knight e4 here, trying to exchange the queens, and then in that case, black is probably fine. But after knight c6, white does have a little bit of pressure on the d5 pawn and on the diagonal as well, so that's a bit annoying. Although e4 is actually, knight e4 is actually still fine, using the fact that the queen is on h4. White probably wants to play bishop g5, which looks unpleasant, so maybe h6 is another option, which black should consider. So yeah, with the precise play, black is fine, but yeah, it does require some precision here from black for sure. Otherwise, bishop g5 is coming, and d5 will be a massive weakness for black. Paul Goyan on the board 3 has a extra pawn and close to winning position, because I don't really see any serious compensation for white. And board 4, Chloe, no moves. Okay. Under 13, on board 1, there's this dragon fight again. I see that the dragon line is very popular in the tournament, which is actually kind of cool because this is very old but yet very sharp opening. So I like it a lot. That being said, at the higher level, people don't play it as much anymore because white knows the theory really well, then black is a little bit worse. But there was a course of Anish Giri on Chessable, and that course was really good, and I think many people, if they play the dragon, they could get the course, and yeah, Giri, of course, is a top theoretician, so it's a high quality course. TSA players play the dragon a lot. Apparently, that's the case. Yeah, because I don't know who their coach is, but maybe he taught them that this variation. And as I said, I'm happy to see it as a viewer, as a commentator, because it usually leads to some great fights. Here, I think historically bishop c4 is the main move to stop all the d5 ideas. Although recently, I think castling is probably the main move. And then d5, e takes, knight takes d5. This is all a very well-known theory. Knight takes c6 and bishop d4. Now I think e5 is the main move. Or at least it used to be the main move, and now there is actually a cool exchange sacrifice. Like this one. And then if white takes, then queen takes f8, and then rook b8, and then bishop h6 ideas as well. So maybe some e4 stuff at some point. This is already worse for white. So white doesn't usually take and play knight e4 instead. And yeah, there's a big theory and considered to be a little bit better for white. Knight takes c3 I think is more of a solid line. Also playable, of course, but like in this case, black doesn't fully equalize because white has some h4, h5 ideas. Also, the structure on the queen side is not something I would be happy with as black. So far it looks like Ryan, he probably mixed something up, I'm guessing, because there's this move exists, bishop takes d4, but knight takes c3, but it's far from the main move. Maybe what he mixed up is that bishop takes d4 followed by queen b6, something he actually intended to play, and that's the line that Grandmaster from Azerbaijan, Rauf Mamedov, plays a lot and successfully at a high level. He's probably the only guy who plays it on a regular basis. I remember also some games from Arjun Erigaisi. He also plays dragon from time to time. But yeah, this is the position we got in the game. This is not the position black usually aims for. So just slightly worse with no real attack on the queen side. And as I said, white is about to play h4, h5 and stuff like that. And it can get really dangerous for black. c5, just rook e4, attacking the e7 pawn. So definitely did not equalize here. Ryan is. Okay, so this looks like some London, where black solved all the problems. In fact, it's the so-called Jabava London. Jabava is the name of the player who basically popularized this opening and played this a lot. Nowadays, there is one big expert, Alexander Bortnik, who plays this all the time at the highest level, and to my surprise, very successfully. I actually had a game against him recently, like a couple weeks ago, and he also played this line. I managed to make a draw, but yeah, if black is unfamiliar here with the nuances, then easy to get a worse position. According to Cloud Engines, the dragon is the best Sicilian. This is a huge surprise to me, if that's actually the case. I'm really, really surprised. Because there is Sveshnikov, there is Neidorf, of course. And like, what depth are we talking about? Because honestly, like, I've never heard this before. So it's very interesting if that's the case. Black played a6, one of the main moves, because white's idea at some point is to play knight b5. And yeah, e6, c5. Well played by Elise. And black totally equalized here. Surprisingly, this position is not that much better for black, because the bishop is still kind of does nothing on c6, and the pawn on d5 potentially weak, but yeah. The engine says it's actually slightly better for white, but I don't really agree. I think it's much easier for black to play, maybe some h5, g5 ideas at some point. Full control in the center. Like, yes, it can get worse, especially if white gets to play like c3 and b4 and try to get the dark squares, especially the d4 square, but in general, I think it's easier for black to play. So, impressive play from Elise so far, but again, maybe I'm misunderstanding this position because engine thinks white is absolutely fine. And then this one, white is close to winning, I guess. So there's a huge weakness on e6, a hole on e5 as well. White can castle long, white can castle short. Both are fine, and then rook comes to e1. e6 is really weak, d5 at some point maybe. So I'm a bit surprised it's like +3 already. Just basically completely winning for white, but definitely white is much better here. Okay, this game we have no moves. This game is almost finished. In black's favor, I guess. Because the rook is trapped on a5. How did it get to a5? So this was the position. Okay, white is absolutely fine, of course. And then the rook gets to... Okay. This one I'm a bit confused. Like, white didn't really have to give up the bishop. Of course, they blundered the double attack, but actually rook g1 was a fine move, and black is not even better here. So bishop a7 is a bit of a panic. You're not supposed to give up the bishop like that, and yeah, now white is also losing the rook on a5. And finally, this is slightly better for black. The bishop on e4 is very strong, but it doesn't look that bad for white either. Maybe some rook g3, rook c3 maneuver to bring the rook closer to the king, and yeah, it's around equal. On board 1, Kanapan won his game a long time ago, actually. And then board 2, Krishiv doesn't have any advantage. In this position, black just played rook c8, and for some reason bishop g5, which I thought was a very natural move, wasn't really played in the game. Bishop b2 instead, g4, takes. And now knight e4 is inaccurate. White could have played e3, a typical break in the center here, and then white would have a serious initiative. But instead of that, takes, rook d6, a5. Now, black is holding on to the d4 pawn. His piece is a little bit clumsy, I would say, but if black gets to defend this pawn successfully, then it's just fine. White is clearly aiming at b4, but I don't really think it's dangerous. So yeah, looks fine for Luciana. The engine is around 2 GNPs running at Stockcrash 18, although it uses a weighted evaluation similar to AlphaZero. Wow. So what's the eval of the dragon? Just zeros? Triple zeros? But I'm sure the difference is very, very small, right? So let's say the Sveshnikov is like plus 0.10 and the dragon is triple zeros. But the thing is, in the dragon you need to memorize a lot, and if you forget something and make a mistake, then you're in trouble. Unlike, let's say, the Nidorf, where you can also get in trouble easily, of course, but it's still a safer choice, I would say. Okay, bishop c1. Bishop probably wants to go to f4, but e5. is reasonable, but also b4 is now a threat. So white wants to trap the bishop, so rook d7 kind of has to be played, I guess, in order to give some room for the bishop to go back. And black is still completely fine, but white is the first one to create some serious threats here in the position. Yeah, and black did blunder b4. Actually, I at first blundered that as well, thinking that bishop f4 was the idea, but the actual idea is to play b4, and now white is, of course, completely winning, just an extra bishop. Yeah, and here Paul is crushing. Has a couple of extra pawns, and the rook on e2 is super active. Rook on g1 is super passive. So we don't really know what's happening on board 4, but TSA A is winning this match. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, very interesting. As I said, I've never heard about it, but is there any link where I can read about this stuff, or you did it yourself, all the tests? Okay, here in the dragon, black actually successfully exchanged the bishops, which is good for them. And we stopped after c5, and I was saying that rook e4 gives white a huge advantage, which is actually the case. The rook g2 was played instead, a natural play to, have the open file for the rooks, but I think in general h4, h5 is just a much more dangerous plan here. And yeah, and also white should just play b3 here, because there is no bishop on g7, there is no knight that can come to c3, so weakening the dark squares here, it's not a big deal. I understand why white didn't want to play this, because it looks like it weakens a bunch of the squares, but again, there are no pieces for black that can use those dark squares, so b3 would have been completely fine. Yeah, now black can actually grab the pawn. I don't know if this pawn was blundered or sacrificed. Like, white is still okay, of course, after that, but a pawn is a pawn, so it didn't really feel necessary to go rook g7. I think g3 was a possible move as well. So. Or h4. Just search up chessdb. Okay, I will. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and this is a very interesting game. We talked about this position after c3, and then Elise, she's finding all the best moves. g5, threading g4, white played h3. Now, a logical follow-up would be h5, I think, but bishop d7 also makes sense. b4, now g4. So, g4 I don't really like, honestly. I think h5 and then g4 gives black more chances to get a successful attack. Here it's still unclear, of course, but that's kind of exactly what white wants to get here. Like takes, 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 and then queen d4. And if there's an endgame, then white will play a4 next and start harassing these pawns. Also d5 is really weak. Also these guys are isolated from each other, so this is a worse position. So if white Duncan finds it, then he'll be enjoying a much better endgame. But if he doesn't, then things can get tricky for white for sure. His king is a bit problematic here, I think. Knight f4. Not a bad move by any means, but I think going for an endgame would have been a safer choice. Now rook g5, and it's still not so clear. Okay, what about the other games? So we covered this one. Yeah, the cool checkmate. I mean, not a checkmate yet, but about to checkmate. Black is about to checkmate white here. Pawn is only 2. This is completely winning, of course. This game finished in a draw. So we basically have what? Krishiv, by the way, won his game. Paul won his game. Chloe won her game. So it's a 4-0 match, apparently. So we have 2 really interesting games. Both under 13. One is this one, where black is apparently completely fine. And then this one, where black is strategically in danger, but they're trying to deliver some kind of a checkmate attack. So let's stay here and see if black's aggressive play will be rewarded. I'm usually, like myself personally, on the strategical side, so I like white's position better, but you know, I can easily imagine white making a couple of inaccuracies and getting mated, so definitely not an easy position to play. So now some queen h6 ideas, for example. Maybe queen goes to h2. It's one of the potential plans. I think white should play queen f3 and try to bring the rook over. Actually, the good thing about these players is that I didn't really notice any of them, you know, forgetting about some of the pieces. Let's say the rook clearly belongs to d1 here in this case. And I see some people, not in this tournament, but in general, you know, they just move all the pieces except for that rook on a1, which doesn't do anything. And it's clear that they do this mistake like quite often. So, and this is very easy to fix. You just you know, don't like make sure your rook is participating in the game. So in this case, I think Duncan is about to play rook d1, which, as I said, is a great idea. d5 is a weakness, and this weakness should be attacked. And very little time for Elise. Not a huge fan of c4, because now rook d1 and the d5 pawn will be weak forever. Maybe she wants to attack c3 at some point, but it's not gonna be that easy. Yeah, rook d1 has been played. Now black probably have to play knight f6. Just to protect the pawn on d5. Actually, Engine thinks it's okay. I think it's okay if she finds knight f6. She doesn't. She still goes for the attack, but there's only one check on h2 actually, so white can't take on d5. Knight h3 also a great move, by the way. Stops all the checks, attacks the rook. The rook can't go to e5 because the knight is hanging, so it has to go to g6 or g7, and then white can just grab the pawn on c5. I think Vivian almost flagged actually. Or is it at least? Wait, I'm looking at the list of the games on Lead Chess, and it says black is Vivian's son here, but here it says Elise. So again, a bit of a confusion, but what's clear is that white is much better after rook takes d5. Probably just winning, because black's attack wasn't really successful here. So what about this one? Now we get some weird rook endgame. Very sharp one potentially, because white will grab on a7. f3 will follow, and then white will try to push the a pawn as quickly as possible. Same can be said about the h pawn. So it's just a race, and honestly have no idea who is the favorite here. I mean, I guess with a perfect play it should be a draw, but in reality this is gonna be very sharp, I think. But in general, I think the way you play such positions is you just close your eyes and you like push your pawn as far as you can. So rook a7 I think has to be played. I mean, there is rook d3 as well, yeah, which actually was played. But I think black can now go h5. I'm expecting some move like a5, by the way. But h5 I think is very reasonable. And then rook a7, h4. So as I said, that's a race. So in a race, it doesn't really matter the number of pawns. It's what matters is so your pawn gets promoted quicker than your opponents. So that's why black can afford to sacrifice the pawn on a7, but instead c4 was played, also a fine move, rook d3, but now h5, it's time, I think. I mean, a5 is also a good move, as well as a6, but I think black could actually push the pawn first, and then try to push it as far as they can. But yeah, still a very tricky rook endgame. Maybe some move like b4 comes to mind. Actually, if anyone is slightly better, it's probably black, I think, because it's easier to play h5 for them, and white still needs to organize the passer, needs to get the passer somehow. Yeah, I mean, maybe just king c1, king d2, king c3, which feels a bit slow, but also h5 pawn will not become a queen immediately, so white also has some time to try to go after the pawn. This game still very tricky, by the way. Knight takes f4 is a big threat, and actually this was clearly blundered because the rook is hanging as well. And now the only move is king f1, which is, I think, almost impossible to play. So that's a huge turnaround here. White is completely winning in this position, and black is completely winning here. So TSA A wins here, and TSA A wins here. TSA A This is so confusing. Like TSA A here as white. White is playing. TSA A is playing white in this game as well. And on the last board too. Okay, queen e2 doesn't help. Knight takes f4 and then queen takes g2. So finally we can say that the brave play from Elise paid off. She was much worse, but Duncan wasn't like fully careful. Blundered knight d3 and now knight takes f4. Yeah, just checkmate is unavoidable. Or losing the queen on e2. Let's go to this rook endgame. Yeah, I think black is actually outplaying white here, but still should be a draw. By the way, we left this position here and white played a3, which is very, very slow. As I said, you need to push your pawns or at least bring your king to the center first. a3, I think, is just a waste of time, and in such situations, it's very important to not waste time. There are some types of positions where you can afford to lose some time and it doesn't really hurt you, but in this case, imagine the pawn was on a4, let's say not on a2. This could be completely different. And now white needs to calculate this rook takes c4, which is actually the best move. H5 is now losing because white's king is in time to stop the pawn. So black had to play king f4 actually in this case instead of h5. And now a line like this leads to some drawish queen's endgame, I guess. c7, f2, c8, king f1, and it's still a draw. But in the game, black quickly played h5, very natural of course, but king d3, king f4, king e2, king g3. Now only winning move is c4, and it's been played. Amazing endgame. And now king f1 only move. Because c5, h3, black is actually the one who's pushing. Okay. I'm really impressed by Isaac here. He found all the best moves, and king g1 is the only move. Yeah. Of course, he finds that as well, and now c5 next. White is winning. Very nice technique. And white is just in time. Actually, the line is not over. The line is not over, but now it's kind of easy for white to find the right moves. So c8, f2, king h2, f1, and now queen takes a6. And b4 or a4 is winning. So I don't really think, honestly, he calculated all of this. I think it's more of like he made those moves intuitively, but they were great. All the best moves and a well-deserved win. So under 18, TSA A won all the games against TSA B, and I think it's the same thing. No, except that at least one for TSA B, yeah. Under 13. Yeah, and this game I don't think is still ongoing. Black is completely winning. If that's correct, then actually this match ended in a draw. Because TSA B won 2 games with black. It's very interesting. So yeah, this game black resigned. It was a bit unfortunate for them, but white played really well in the endgame. So we have 2 more rounds to go. And let's take a look at the standings. TSA A still didn't determine. Nobody's coming close. Kaisa A 2 team points behind. I mean, let's see. Of course, we still have 2 more rounds to go, but I think these 2 teams will probably get the first 2 places. And then man, I can't pronounce it. Diocesan boys. I'm so sorry, guys, but yeah, I'm struggling with this one. They're on the 3rd place and will probably play TSA next round. And actually, Kaisa girls will probably play Kaisa team next round as well. So it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. The next round starts in 17 minutes, according to the schedule. So I will be back. 2 more rounds to go. And we begin round 6, where the DBS team taking on TCA team. TCA team. It's already funny again that it says that black is victorious, but somehow I don't think this will be the case, given how Canapan has been playing. This is the Exchange Ruy Lopez. Again, one of those tricky lines which ideally shouldn't really give white any advantage, but I mean, if black plays perfectly, but it does require a lot of precision from black. F6 is basically the only move in this position. And Braden has played it. Now bishop e3. Okay, so clearly Canapan knows what he's doing. 97, knight d2 now. Knight wants to go to c4. And then rook d1, put some pressure on d6. Actually quite like it. For white, not sure why knight g6 was necessary. I think bishop e6 is much more natural. If knight c4, then there's a little trap. Bishop takes h2, king takes, and then we take here and take on c4. So white can't really play knight c4. They need to play like rook d1 first or rook e1, but then black can just castle. And I think black's position is actually fine. Knight g6 is a reasonable move itself, but I don't really understand why it was needed to start with this move, because now knight c4, bishop e6, white can actually take on d6 and go rook d1 and attack the potential weakness on d6. So white is slightly better here for sure. Maybe not that much, but slightly better. Rook d1 was played immediately. That's something I would probably play as well. But the engine is not really happy. It says that takes and queen e7, then castle long, and black is absolutely fine. Bishop e7 was played instead. Also not a bad idea, but now queen c3. Of course, white doesn't want to exchange the queens. Queen will probably go to c8. Now knight d4, followed by some f4 stuff, and this is getting unpleasant. The knights are really well placed, and now g4 will actually be attacked with f4 and f5. So a couple of inaccuracies from black, and now white has the initiative. Here we have a normal Queen's Gambit decline position. Yeah, nothing really new. I think bishop takes d5 usually makes a little bit more sense in such positions, but e takes d5 is also fine. Rook c1, black gets to play c5, and now white needed to go like queen f5 with the idea of bishop d3, trying to get some attack going on the king's side. After d takes c5, b takes c5, now these are hanging pawns, but very well protected, both of them. D pawn and c pawn as well, so white can't really attack them. They don't really have any attack on the king's side anymore, and black will probably go like bishop d6, queen f6, rook d8 with comfortable play. Yeah, this one is already completely winning for white by move 12. It was the Caro-Kann, c5. We talked about it in the beginning, but yeah, this line requires lots of precision from black. Already bishop f5 is an inaccurate move, and black is just a pawn down. And it only got worse. Like, I don't know if Jarvis actually missed c takes b6. I think he probably did. It's en passant move, and now it's completely lost. c6 is attacked. Yeah, so I think this game won't last for long. Paul is winning. Chloe playing the Caro-Kann as well, which is interesting. But she plays the main line with bishop f5. Knight f3 is one of the main moves, but now bishop e2 or bishop d3 or knight d2, one of those ideas, the main ones. Knight c3, of course, is inaccurate because of c5, and black gets to attack the center, and Yeah, now if anyone is better, it's probably black, but actually the agent disagrees with me, but I think black is completely fine here. Bishop f4, takes, c4. Yeah, but now b4 I think was a serious mistake. After d takes c5, white is actually close to winning, because b takes c5 is impossible. Black goes b4 next, but white made a mistake by playing b4 immediately, because now after c4 there's a very strong pawn on c4 which can't really be attacked, and black is very comfortable here in this position. Under 13 TCA 18 taking on Kaisa girls. Here we have a Nimzo-Indian defense. One of the sort of topical positions, I would say. But unfortunately, white, instead of playing, let's say, bishop c2, stopping the e4 fork, she played knight d. She played, sorry, knight d4, and then the e takes, c takes, knight takes d4 is possible using the pin, and black is actually much worse here, much better, sorry, because of the extra pawn. E takes has been played, yes, so this was just a pawn blunder. But let's take a look at some other games. Anything really interesting here? Actually, everywhere there's still a fight. So yeah, let's go back to the main boards, I guess. Actually, let's take a look at this one. Also the Karakans. So I see a lot of Karakans, I see a lot of dragons. I see some e5, of course. I don't think I saw any French defense. And none of the, like, regular Sicilians as well. So, I mean, I'm a fan of the Karakan, so happy to see that. And black usually gets some good positions here. And this one is no exception. Completely fine for black. Very well. All the pieces are very well placed, so definitely, if anyone is pushing, it's black. But yeah, let's go back to board 1, and then knight e5 was played, which was a mistake, because after knight f3 now black is losing the e5 pawn. Takes, just g takes, and black can't castle. And that's, like, for the second or the third time already, I'm noticing the same thing, that instead of just simply castling, like playing bishop e6 and then castling, let's say, black started to do some, in my opinion, kind of weird things. And yeah, especially knight e5 here. At least, you know, castle, and this is slightly worse, but nothing special. But knight e5, this is now just lost. Actually, maybe Kanapan is considering queen takes g7, but that would be a mistake because of queen g4 suddenly. Queen g4, and now bishop f8, and white has to repeat the moves here with queen h8. But after g takes, black can't castle because the bishop is hanging, so king f8 was played, but black is a pawn down, and his king is much worse, and the rook will probably not join the game anytime soon. Meanwhile, on board 3, Paul already won his game. Yeah, this was an opening disaster by Jarvis. And here Khrushchev is just better. Maybe not that much, but definitely the bishop pair and the strong center indicates that black is the only one who can be better here in this position. Probably bishop will go to e6 next, maybe some a5, a4, a3 ideas, just to put some pressure on the queen side as well. So yeah, I really like black's position here. Chloe still has an extra pawn. Actually, she didn't have one, but she won a pawn. Bishop d3, nice move, attacking the rook, and also now the pawn on d4 is hanging. And not every day you see double h-pawns, but yeah, in this case it clearly doesn't really help White's position, so yeah. So far it looks like nobody's gonna stop the TCA team, yeah. They're winning very convincingly most of the games. Okay. This one is getting interesting. After White blundered the pawn on d4, she played knight e4, trying to use the pin, but now g5 is a very strong move. And yeah, breaking up the pin. Now White probably has to take on f6, but there's absolutely no compensation for the lost pawn on d4. So this was a bit unfortunate for Zanna, but yeah, I don't think she can equalize here. So we'll see. Maybe she can do it later, but as for now, Black is just a pawn up with no real compensation. Duncan is a pawn up. Actually, 2 pawns up. And again, no real compensation. Abigail is playing very fast, which is generally a good thing, but not when you 2 pawns down, you know. So in this case, it doesn't really matter, I think, how much time they have on the clock. White's position is just winning, so I expect Duncan to convert his advantage. And this is the Caracan we were talking about, still very comfortable for Black, but probably closer to an equal position. Like c3 now, for example, and yeah, Black is doing fine, but so is White. White is very solid here, so also like 4 minutes advantage on the clock. So maybe this is the chance for the girls to score some points. So this one we didn't get the moves, but it says that White actually won this game. And under 11, YCA team taking on YCA B team. This is actually a very complicated position. Looks like actually this is the first time I see the French in the tournament. And the Exchange French. Reasonable play by both of the players. Yeah, actually I would say this is a high level game so far. And yeah, perfectly fine for both this position. White should probably take on e4, but then d takes e4, bishop takes, both look fine. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this game, but I think in general, I was gonna say I would take White, but I'm not even sure about that, honestly. Like Black definitely has some counterplay here in the center. Ashton Fu is completely winning. 2 extra pawns. I think he will convert. He can even get some other pawns if needed. So, but usually in such positions you don't even need any. Like you don't, if you 2 pawns up, you don't need a 3rd extra pawn or a 4th one. You just need to push your pawns slowly and make sure there is no counterplay for your opponent. And then this one, White is a piece up. And I think Lamb will probably convert this. At least the easiest one, I think, is to play knight g3, attack the rook, and attack the knight at the same time, force the knight's exchange, and then I don't think with 1 rook Black can generate enough counterplay. So going back to board 1, not much has changed. We left it here. Canapan is playing a bit slowly, but very strong. Very strong chess. Now rook d7 is just completely crushing. Some bishop c5 or bishop g5 ideas. The king is really weak, so I hope he won't exchange the queens. Because that would be a significant mistake, but from what I've seen so far, I don't think he will take on c8, so I expect rook d7, maybe some queen h5 move, but definitely not queen takes c8. Khrushchev is getting better and better position. Now this pawn can be a passer, potentially. Also a very weak pawn on b2. So the last move was rook b6. I like this a lot. Rook b8 next, and white will have troubles defending the pawn. So Lincoln probably wants to play knight d3 now, but then c4, so I'm not even sure how white will defend this. Because if rook c2, there is always some bishop f5 ideas as well, or c4 followed by bishop f5. And yeah, white is just in trouble, and Khrushchev is clearly more of a positional player, but I think he knows what he's doing. Shows some great understanding in his games. Yeah, and Kanapan didn't exchange the queens, of course. He did play rook d7. Now he can go offensive. Rook takes e7, which is winning according to the engine. Moreover, it's like forced mate in 10. Queen g7, let's say king e8, and then check, check. Now check, 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 and a checkmate. Yeah, as funny as it sounds, this is all forced. But the good thing for white, even if he doesn't see rook takes e7, he can basically make any other reasonable move, like rook f d1 makes sense, of course. Some checks, maybe. So anything is winning. Rook cc2, f6. Yeah, f6 actually is a good move. Engine doesn't really like it because of bishop g4, suddenly attacking the bishop on e6, but I honestly don't really expect it to happen on the board. This is not an easy move to find. And if knight goes back, let's say to f3, then black can actually slowly improve with some a5 stuff. They can play bishop f5 as well. Bishop g4 did happen, so I clearly underestimated Lincoln. That's a great move, and now the position is not so simple. I think Khrushchev clearly missed that move. Now white wants to take on e6, and if black exchanges, then suddenly d5 pawn is weak. And black probably needs to play d4, and then after f3, knight goes back to g3. And this bishop is actually not that great anymore. It doesn't really attack anything. Yes, there's still this weakness on b2, but if white brings the knight to d3, it will protect the weakness, and that's the only one weakness in the position, so still better for black, but not even close to be as good as it was before white played bishop g4. Of course, f5 is also an option, but that secures the e5 square for the knight, and it's probably not something Khrushchev wants to do. I don't think so. So he probably will take on g4 and then go d4. We'll see. Chloe is getting really low on time, or no, I think she actually that's a glitch again, because she had like 10 minutes. I don't think she's thinking for 8 minutes in this position. Maybe the game is already over. I don't know, but clearly she's played some moves already, and maybe already won the game. I don't know. Yeah, Zana is in trouble again. We can see that she didn't castle and was punished for that. Playing with the king in the center is usually not a great idea. Duncan is 2 pawns up. Still should be able to convert. In this position, black is slightly better because the knight on f4 is supported by the pawn on e5. Knight on f5 will be pushed away. And yeah, not a big advantage for black, but a significant one. On the other hand, 10 minutes versus 3, so yeah, practically white is doing fine for sure. Board 1, yeah, so Kanapan didn't find rook takes e7, just took on d8, which is also fine. Now he can just take on h7 and he will continue his attack, and also he has 2 extra pawns, so I don't really expect Braden to save this. And this is just mate in 2, by the way. Queen g8 and now bishop c5. Yeah. So, unfortunate blunder by Braden, but his position was lost anyways. So, will we see the checkmate on the board? Or will Braden just resign here? Well, considering that he's not making a move, I guess he sees bishop c5 and probably will just resign. Alright, and here Khrushchev did take on g4 and did play d4, and white should have played f3. That was basically the only move in order to bring the knight to d3. So h4, Lincoln tried to save the knight, giving it the extra space on h2, but after rook b3, d3, yeah, white actually could have played rook c4 and still not so bad. Then the knight can come to f3 and it's still a game, but rook c3 is a horrible mistake because now black can just play c4 and they get this protected passed pawn on d3, which is extremely strong, not to mention that a3 is hanging as well, so yeah, that's basically game over. c3 is weak too, so I think Khrushchev will convert, meaning that again this TCA team will probably win all of the games in this match. What else is there? Okay, Sak is piece up against Zanna. Duncan is still a couple of pawns up against Abigail, although this one could get tricky. So yeah, I think we want to pay attention to these 2 games. This one and then the next one. Although the next one apparently white just blundered. Could have played like something like knight e3. But g3 happened instead, knight h3, king g2, and then knight g5. And that's an extremely annoying move because it attacks the queen. Queen has to protect the knight, so let's say it goes to g4, but then queen c6. And then the knight comes to f3 next, or the rook comes to d2, or both actually. And yeah, this is just suddenly just bad. Actually, that's the position on the board right now, and if black finds queen c6, I think it's basically game over. And Duncan still has an advantage, but apparently he's losing the a2 pawn, and also he has only 1 minute on the clock. So things can get very tricky here. We'll see. Yeah, this one is not very interesting. Zachary played h5 instead of queen c6, which is also completely fine. Now the queen is attacked. Again, has to protect the knight, but there is no good squares actually. Everything is covered by the knight. So the queen has to go to c4, and now king h7. The knight has to go. If it goes to e3, then just queen h3 check. And probably some... I was gonna say knight f3, but then queen e4 check is a bit annoying. So maybe king h8 actually. Yeah, king h8 maybe is a little bit more precise. And now black is completely winning. Actually, there's no even a forced mate, but just white has no active moves whatsoever. So rook d2, for example, following by rook takes f2, and I mean, of course, black can always take on e1 if they want to. So this is lost. But okay, queen c4 is the only move anyway, so it needs to be played. Otherwise, black just wins this knight on f5. Duncan is getting very low on time. Abigail, for some reason, didn't take the pawn on a4, but she attacks the rook. And now she can also take the pawn on e2. I think Duncan is actually losing track here. It's not like he has a bad position, but he was winning. Now he's still much better, but only 20 seconds on the clock. So I do have a feeling that Abigail has a good chance to get back in the game at least. Queen c2 is a nice move, of course. Now black will probably play rook b8. No, queen a6, attacking the pawn on e2 also makes sense. And if white goes like e3, then maybe some knight e4, knight g5 ideas, very similar to what we saw in the other game, where the whites, the light squares, they were weak, and black managed to exploit it. Okay, 8 seconds on the clock. Okay, e3 has been played. This is getting very scary for white, I think. With so little time on the clock. h5, h4, h3 also makes sense. Yeah, actually, it feels like even on the board, it's not that bad for black anymore. But if we take into account the 8 seconds, then I'm taking black, actually. Knight g4. Knight wants to go to e5. I actually like this move. Yeah, now I don't think the queens will get exchanged, so probably queen b7 followed by some queen f3 stuff. Quick glance at this game. Yeah, so after h5, queen takes h5 happened, but then queen takes f5. Just an extra piece for black. Totally winning, so here Abigail made a big mistake. I think Engine actually likes queen takes d3. It thinks that that's the best move. But I think when your opponent has less than 10 seconds on the clock, you wanna keep the queens on the board to create more tactical chances for yourself, more tactical tension in the position, so your opponent can blunder. Because this one, no, I don't believe in it. Maybe she will still save it somehow, but she had a much greater chance of tricking her opponent with the queens on the board. Now, I think the c-pawn is just too fast, and also she probably, she just blundered the fact that the rook on f7 protects the pawn on f2, and yeah, of course, this is just game over now. So this was close, but yeah, I think the worst decision was to exchange the queens. So Duncan was able to play his move fast without much calculation. Now, yeah, 96, knight g7. I would play, but there are some other moves as well, like king f3 followed by queen f7, h3 followed by queen f7, also good enough. So that's mate in one. So this game is over. Zanna is still playing, but yeah, her position is getting worse and worse and worse. Yuki, yep, also about to get mated. So who is there any game left? Skanapan won his game, Lincoln lost his one, Paul won his game very quickly. Chloe, we didn't see the rest of the moves, but she was already winning here. And this game is over as well. This one, this one. Yeah, I think all the games have finished. I mean, technically, this one is still going on, but yeah, it's. I expect it to continue for, like, I don't know, 2 more moves? 5 more moves maximum? No moves. Okay. So, yeah, all the games are finished. Unfortunately, we didn't get to know what was happening in this game. Although the opening actually was kind of interesting, c4 g6. And then in this game, this position is equal, but again, we don't really know what happened here. So TCA won another very convincing match. And let's take a look at the standings. Yeah, this team is just crushing. So Kanapan lost one game. Chloe lost one game as well. Krishif drew one. And other than that, everybody is crushing. Yeah, so I think Kaisa will probably win the last 2 matches, but it won't be enough to catch up. So TSA is just too strong. TCA, sorry. So I believe the last round begins. Actually, yeah, this round finished very quickly. So there's still like 20 plus minutes until the last round. But the winner is clear. I don't even think that TCA can be possibly caught up by the Kaisa team because they just won 4-0. I mean, maybe Kaisa did the same thing. We'll see, but TCA needs to lose the last match, and this is not happening, I think. And they need to lose it 0-4 in order to uh, give a case a chance to catch up in the standings. This is not happening. Okay. The last round starts in 25 minutes. So I will be back. And the last round just started, so the TCA team is playing against the Australian team. Not gonna be an easy match for the Australian team, I guess, but we'll see. Maybe they will give a great fight, who knows. On the first board, Alisa Lam is playing against Kanapan. Kanapan is playing his favorite dragon thing, bishop g7, then c3. c3 is one of the best moves, I think, in the position. Actually, I'm wondering if this is some kind of preparation by Alisa, or she's just found it over the board, but the move itself is perfectly fine. I actually played this myself a couple of times, and I'm surprised this line isn't that popular at the high level, because now white actually can play d4 and get the center. And yeah, I don't think black actually equalized here at all. So knight f6, just knight c3. Of course, we need to watch out for some knight e4 tricks, as always, and that's why actually castling now is inaccurate. I think she will probably play it, but that runs into knight takes e4 trick. And h3 also runs into knight takes e4, which Kanapan actually played in one of the games. Now he missed that. And white has a option of playing d5 or like bishop d3 was a good idea as well, but now knight takes e4, same idea, works, and this time I think Kanapan will actually play this. Here we see the King's Indian defense, which we haven't seen before, and now knight d2 from Krishiv. You know, I've been praising him, but this looks like a really weird setup, and can't really approve it, to be honest. d6, b3, e5. Black played the main moves of the King's Indian and already get a great position, I think. Rook e8 makes sense. e3. Now maybe some knight c6, knight b4 ideas, and the knight comes to d3. Black needs to be fast in order to get like a really good position. But even if, oh yeah, black plays something like queen d6, not the move that I was thinking about, to be honest. But even that move is actually pretty interesting, because after knight e2, I think black wants to play rook d8 and pin the knight, and white can't castle. So even this looks great for black. Like, to be honest with you, I don't really know how Thomas came up with this idea so quickly, because queen d6 is just such a non-standard move for such positions, but it's not bad by any means. But now he needs to realize that d3 is the key weak square. So he, I think, needs to play knight c6, knight b4. Well, actually, bishop f5 makes sense as well, and then rook a d8. Yeah, so surprisingly, queen d6 was a great idea as well. And Australian team looks like it's better on the first two boards, because for some reason Kanapan just completely forgot about that knight xe4 idea, and now he's slightly worse against Alisa. Krishiv is also slightly worse. Maybe they already won the tournament and just relaxed a little bit. I don't know, but on the first two boards, so far, the Australian team is pushing. On the third board, however, I think black is already better, because Samuel made a typical mistake in the King's Indian as white. So he played this h3, knight f3 line, d5, looks fine, bishop e3, makes sense. First of all, I don't really like bishop d3. The usual setup here is knight d2 followed by g4, which leads to a very interesting, complicated positions. I usually play those as black, but as white I also have some experience, and yeah, it's just very complicated. Bishop d3 normally is not what white likes to play, because black can always take the bishop. Black didn't in this case, but anyways, a5, castles. Still, I think knight takes d3 is probably the best move. Knight h5, a3 makes sense. And now, of course, white needs to play bishop c2. Bishop takes f4 is a serious positional error, because now the bishop becomes very, very active on the diagonal, and black also gets some play like g5, h5, and then g4. And yeah, white's pieces are not very well placed. a4 also a good move. Now the knight can come to b3 at some point, and white can never really play b4 anymore. So rook e1, yeah. Now I think rook e8 followed by g5, h5. Black is definitely better here. And then on the last board, I think Cyrus just blundered a piece, unfortunately. This was the position. Already slightly uncomfortable for black. Maybe not even slightly, actually. Maybe it's significantly worse, but still, like, let's say queen c8. Black at least didn't have to lose the piece, but after castling, knight takes c6. I think Cyrus missed that after queen takes f4, knight e7. He's just down a piece. Black can actually take on f5 as well, and yeah, this is just completely winning. So board 4, I guess we could already say that Chloe has great chances to win this game. But Alisa is, I was gonna say she's pushing. She was pushing actually a couple of moves ago, but after bishop knight a5, she didn't really save her bishop. She should have played bishop a2. So Peter from Australia, or from the Australian team, I think you should tell your guys to pay more attention to the bishops, because the bishop pair is usually something significant, and not something you want to allow your opponent to do, to grab the bishop pair. So I see Samuel made this mistake, and Alicia as well. So she played bishop b3, which allowed black to take on b3, but also queen b6 is even stronger now. b2 pawn is hanging. So bishop a4, knight c4, and that's an issue. Unfortunately, I think she blundered that after knight. Oh, she just blundered the queen. For the first 11 moves, it was such a nice position, but not anymore. Not anymore. She had to play queen takes a4, but after knight takes e3, queen takes b2, black wins a very important pawn. Now c3, knight is attacked as well, and then also e4 will be attacked. So this was already unpleasant for white, but she, of course, didn't have to blunder the queen. Now it's lost. And Khrushchev also improved his position, because I think Thomas here, he played bishop g4, which makes a lot of sense, but in this position, the key weak square, the key weakness for white is the d3 square. So if black gets to put the knight on d3 or the bishop on d3, followed by some e4 stuff, then it would be a really, really nice position for black. Bishop g4 is a natural move, but bishop f5 would have been much better, because the bishop actually wants to go to d3. So bishop g4 was probably the first step in the wrong direction, and now queen c2 is actually not a very precise move, because it allows black to play knight b4 and then knight d3. Again, something I've been talking about, that, you know, this knight on d3 would be just a monster. Instead, rook d8 was played, h3. Now, here it's a tricky moment. Thomas played bishop e6, which makes sense, but bishop f5 would have been a better move, because we want to provoke white to play e4, because now d4 square is also weak. So we can then jump knight with our knight to d4, and yeah, this is not a fun position still for white. The bishop e6, rook d1, again knight b4, so knight b4 was always on the agenda here, but was not played, and after a3, now white is totally fine, because they managed to push black's pieces away, and nobody came to d3. So, and now knight g5 followed by knight e4. This is getting unpleasant for black. Still fine actually, not so bad at all, but yeah, again, like 3-4 moves ago, it was black who was clearly better. Now I think it's white who's pushing here. And we see the same thing again. Thomas allows white to take on e6, and white should do that, and then there will be a very strong bishop on the diagonal, and there will be no opposition to that bishop. So actually knight e4 also makes sense, and maybe that's what something Krishiv will play. No, he takes on e6, and that's the right thing to do. So, and without the bishop pair, this is still not bad, but it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. The bishop is very strong here. Knight e4, yeah, followed by bishop takes, and then the bishop will probably land on d5. So I'm not really optimistic here for black anymore, unfortunately. Okay, so Paul has an extra piece. Yeah, because Samuel played e5. I mean, I understand that he didn't like his position anymore, which makes sense. The bishop is really strong, but I mean, you should not give up the material like that. You know, because now black gets to play f5 next, and then e4, just completely crushing. And that's actually what happened in the game. Black just won a piece. And now, of course, the king is weak. Black has an extra piece. b2 is weak. So, yeah, not a very successful sacrifice. Because I see this a lot, and I've been talking about this actually in this stream as well, that for whatever reason, many players, they just don't respect the material, you know, they just sacrifice the pawns, sacrifice the pieces, and they're like, oops, you know, why did I actually do that? So, in this case, again, white's position wasn't great by any means, but at least the material is equal, so it's still a game, of course. So, we'll see. We'll see how this game will finish, but yeah, I doubt Paul will let it go. So under 13, again the TCA team is leading, and Isaac is better here. His queen is very active. Pawns are kind of strong. These ones are weak, but this one is strong. So just simple rook e1, and I think black is suffering for sure. And now we see some combination again. So I just talked about it a minute ago. White could play simple like bishop e3 followed by f4, g4. Very nice position, but instead decided to sacrifice, which is, you know, like, why not? But after rook f7, it's like queen takes e5, e takes, queen takes. So in the result, white doesn't have the strong center anymore. d4 is weak. d5 square is available for the knight. Bishop is probably coming to d3. There's some pressure on f2 as well. So yeah, it looks cool, but you know, that's it. There is nothing else besides looking cool. Actually, it wasn't a great idea. So we'll see if Duncan will take advantage of that, but now his position is much better than it was before white took on f7. Queen d7 is inaccurate because you want to take on f6 with the queen, but even here, black is still fine. Yeah, now in this position, black is just getting crushed because d7 bishop is it's impossible to defend it. If black takes, then white takes on d8, and then they will have some extra materials. So yeah, this looks winning. Board 4, we don't have moves, unfortunately. Here, oh, yeah, this was an interesting position, and then, unfortunately, Black just blundered the queen. Queen g6, knight e7, and knight g6. Well, this one is crazy. This one is absolutely unclear. The engine likes white. I think the reason is knight on h5 is actually really misplaced. It has nowhere to go, and if we imagine some kind of endgame, which, you know, is possible for sure, if the queens get exchanged, then the knight will stuck on h5 forever, and white will probably be like a extra. I will probably have like an extra piece. Bishop f4, for that reason, I don't like, because, you know, it allows black to take on f4 at some point. Obviously now the queen is attacked, but I really doubt that Carson's idea is to play bishop d2 here. And otherwise, you know, the knight is actually going to take on f4. A great position for black. And then this one, some rook endgame, where white is definitely much better, maybe even winning. So b4, c5. I don't really see how black can stop it, actually, because this counterplay is definitely not there. c5 is okay as well. Now white will start pushing the pawns, so clearly better for Tejas. But yeah, let's go back to board 1. Kanapan has already won his game, but yeah, basically after Alisa blundered the queen, it was obvious that she would lose the game. And here actually Thomas is doing relatively well. Again, I don't really like that he allowed to take on e6, but now he found a nice maneuver, I think. Yeah, bishop d5 looked really, really strong, but knight e7, the bishop gets kicked away. Then c6, and now I think black stabilized. Still, thanks to the bishop pair, white is better, and should probably play like c3, b4 at some point, and try to play for b5, and again, get this diagonal for the bishop. Try to fight the c6 pawn, which blocks the bishop. But yeah, this is playable for sure. Especially, you know, compared to the other boards where Sam is just a piece down, completely lost, as well as Cyrus, who's still fighting, but he lost a piece like 12 moves ago and hasn't really improved his position. And we can see that here, I was saying that white is better, and I think white was better. Bishop f3 is actually fine, a4, and now white should have played c6, creating some counterplay against the d7 knight, but instead white played a3, allowing rook f4, and now rook knight to c1. Obviously white wants to play knight d3, which makes a lot of sense, but it allows a very nice exchange sacrifice. Rook takes f3, and then queen comes to g5, and then queen h5, attacking the pawn on f3, then maybe the bishop will join the party as well. And suddenly, you know, all white's pieces are like disconnected from each other. The king is weak, but rook f3 did not happen. Rook d4 happened instead, which is also good, by the way. Like, black is still better, but rook f3 would have been much stronger. Yeah, but now I just don't really feel the connection between white's pieces. I think there's no harmony. And yeah, black is doing fine for sure. Queen e7, for example, followed by e4 or taking the pawn on c5. Looks fine. Looks absolutely fine. And then this one, yeah, with the fancy knight takes f7 move. Probably taking black. Well, first of all, black has an extra pawn. Secondly, there's some pressure on f2 and a nice square on d5. The engine is not very impressed, surprisingly. At least, surprisingly to me. Because I would think that black is better, but it's only minus 0.3, which is basically nothing for such position. And in this case, yeah, this is gonna be an extra exchange, I guess. And this is an interesting position, theoretically. Like, this one is winning, but if we remove the e2 and e6 pawns, and black is in time to play h5, then I think it's a theoretical draw, actually. If the white's pawn is on h4. So it's like, there are tons of nuances, but 4 versus 4, I think it's like easily lost, easily winning for white. But again, if we remove these pawns, then it becomes very, very tricky. Actually, this didn't happen in the game. Bishop d1 was played, knight c3, bishop f8, but now it's completely lost because white just moves the rook away and then pushes the pawn. So this is not very exciting. So let's go back to board 2, and still a fight here. Feels like b5 is unnecessary because it weakens the c6 pawn, but that move I understand. Like, black wants to get some counterplay against the c4 pawn, so actually makes sense. Knight c8, probably wants to go to b6. A little bit better was to play knight f5, maybe threatening some knight takes c3 stuff at some point. And in general, a very simple rule, which I didn't really think about, you know, before I was a GM actually already. And I still didn't really think about it until like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And then I realized that in most of the cases, it's better to move forward. As stupid as it sounds, like, of course it's better to move forward, but people don't always do that. Like, if they have a chance, let's say in this case, knight c8 or knight f5, Thomas chose to play knight c8, which is a fine move, but knight f5 would have been more active, you know, creating some threats, while knight c8 is more of a passive move, which doesn't fully equalize. So, simple advice, you know, always try to make a move forward instead of going backwards. And it will actually improve your game dramatically. And it sounds too simple to be true, but trust me, it makes a lot of difference. Unfortunately, you also need to not blunder the pieces. Because knight b6 blunders a piece, takes c5. Yeah, that's a fork. And it doesn't really matter how well you play, how well you know the strategy, how well you keep your bishops. If you blunder the pieces, nothing's gonna help you. So, yeah. It was almost equal 2 moves ago, now it's dead lost. Yeah, this one. So this is the last game of the match, but yeah, I guess it's gonna be over soon. Yeah, and very impressive performance by TCA team. Just crushed everybody. Won all the matches. So now it's officially over. Like, they already won the match. Thomas theoretically has some chances to score some points, but it doesn't really matter in terms of the match situation because TCA already won 3 games. So here, yeah, now it's some nice tactics here in the position. We'll see if Charles will spot it. Clearly, obviously, the back rank is screaming to be a problem for white. So black needs to use it somehow. And the way to use it is to play knight b6, attacking the queen, and also threatening rook takes d1. It looks like rook takes d4 could work, but unfortunately for white, after e takes d4, rook e1 now is a mating threat, and the queen is still hanging. So if Charles finds it, good for him. I think it's not easy by any means, but also, as I said, like the position screams that there can be something related to the back rank issues. Maybe this will happen. No, he takes on d1 first, which is less accurate. Maybe he sees knight b6 now, but the problem is white now can go queen f3, and at least they don't lose immediately. So, no, he just takes on c5, which is also fine, but he had a chance to win the game on the spot. Now it's better for black, because look at white's pieces, but it's not that simple. Sure. Here, I think Duncan is slowly outplaying Ellie here, although again he's low on time, so apparently he's one of those slower guys who spend more time, which is fine as long as you play well. And in this case, he's been playing really well from what I've noticed. Yeah, and Zachary is just a rook up. This is game over. So we have 3 games left. Thomas, yeah, it's just lost. Not much to say. He's losing one of these pawns, or the pawn on f7 if the queen goes to c8. And then, yeah, this one, knight d3. This one is probably the trickiest one, actually. Knight takes d3, and then maybe some rook c1 is a threat. So I think black is losing his advantage. Engine says rook d6 is still better for black, but definitely not as great as it could be. Duncan is low on time. So maybe this one is actually the most interesting. No, I mean, these two are pretty interesting. This one and this one. This one is more complicated, of course. So I think we probably will stick to this one. Duncan has less than a minute on the clock. The engine suggests some move like a4, which he probably doesn't really consider. Yeah, he wants to maybe take on g3 at some point, maybe take on h4 at some point. Not a huge fan of this move because it doesn't actually create any threats, but it's hard for white to do anything as well. So, for example, again, the best move for black was a4 previously. Now a4 is the best move for white. And the third line is a3, the third best move. Don't really expect this to happen. But that's why, less experienced players, they don't know how to be patient. That's the problem. Like, in this position, just play a3. Let black show something. Let black do something. She took on f5. And now, all it did is now black doesn't have a weakness on e6 anymore. He takes f5 followed by f4. The position is suddenly lost. So, and I see this all the time. It's not like Ellie, didn't really understand what to do. It's just a very common thing that people try to do something all the time. And sometimes you just need to make a move and a waiting move and ask your opponent to actually show something. Because if black plays rook g6, it's kind of clear that they don't really have anything specific in mind. They don't really know what exactly to do on the next move. And bishop takes f5. Not only it's a bad move by itself, but it also makes black's life easier, because now the whole play is much more obvious. f4 next. And yeah, the rook on g6 is suddenly useful. Maybe some rook g4 ideas at some point. So yeah, I don't really know what to suggest here for white. It's not a great position anymore. Rook e8, okay, it's a nice try, but it doesn't really do anything. f4, black can just ignore it. Black can also take and play king h7, and the king will be very safe. That's what Duncan does. I like this. And now, ideally, white needs to make it as messy as possible. Some move like d5. Like, is it a great move? Probably not, but at least it creates a uncertainty in the position. Because if you play like, queen e3, you just goes f4 next, and it's over. Or queen e5, it's also over, because any endgame is easily winning for black. So move like d5 at least. Black is in time trouble. They may get lost. Which will probably not happen, but still. Okay, and in this one, some drawish rook endgame. Although here, in our great example, in our great exercise, I would say, no master would ever play rook a8 here. This move puts the rook in a very passive position, and one of the most critical rules in all the rook endgames, actually not even the rook endgames, but the endgames in general, that you want to be as active as possible. Sometimes you want to give up the pawn, it doesn't really matter. For example, here rook g8, followed by rook g3, or even e4, takes, and now there's a checkmate threat. So white doesn't have time to grab the pawn. After rook a8, Edgen still says it's equal, but I would not be surprised if white wins this now. It's not a fun position to play for black with the rook on a8. Because now they will probably have to sacrifice this pawn and get active this way. But in order to do that, they need to understand that they can't play with such a passive rook. Which I'm not sure if Charles understands. Okay, Thomas is losing badly. This one we just saw, and this one, yeah, f4, white is about to get mated as well. Not only their pawn down, but now the king gets weak as well. F takes g3, then maybe some queen d5, queen h5 ideas, maybe some rook f3 ideas. Not to mention the extra pawn for black. So, a relatively hopeless position. And then here, still drawish, but I'm still waiting for black to do something about the rook, which I suspect is not something that Charles wants to do. So let's see how Duncan gets it done. Yeah, plays all the best moves. Now rook f3 is a big threat, h5 is hanging. Yeah, not much white can do. Just queen takes h5, the simplest. 2 extra pawns and still a very weak king, so the only chance is that Duncan will lose on time somehow. He's been very impressive, actually. Yeah, just queen g6 and get a completely winning endgame. Meanwhile, Khrushchev wins his game, so it's another 4-0 win for the TCA team. And we have only 2 games left, actually. Yeah, actually, here... Wow. That's something I didn't really expect. But Black was still doing fine. We played h5. And now king f5. Oops. The king is about to get checkmated. Rook f7. f6 is falling as well. And after king h5, rook h7, just losing. So some good lesson for Charles in terms of the rook endgame technique. Yeah, here Duncan wants to exchange the rooks or the queens or something. Ali doesn't want to, understandably, but objectively it doesn't really matter. The position is really bad for white, just because you know the pawn's down with no real compensation, and maybe some miracle will happen, but Duncan, I think. Let me see actually. I think he's won like most of his games, if not all of them. Sorry. It's lagging for some reason. Doesn't really matter, but yeah. This is the last game we have for this round. So, rook d5. Very nice move. Rook h5. Rook h1. I don't think white will survive this for too long. Don't even know what to suggest at this point. Yeah, rook h5, rook h1 is coming. Oh, queen h1. Like too many threats and low on time now. So rook g2. Last try to keep the h1 square from invasion, but there was queen b1, by the way, very, very dangerous. And completely winning, basically. Now rook f5 is the cleanest. We just want to go queen f1 and then rook h5 checkmate. Now, if Ellie is careful enough, she could have claimed a draw, I think, after king g1. Because this is the third time the same position occurs after king g1. But she needed to stop the clock, call the arbiter, and then they would probably claim a draw. But yeah, now rook g5, so Duncan doesn't allow the same position again. And after rook g4, not sure what rook g4 is about, but oh, okay, so he wants to grab up d4. Yeah, this makes sense as well. Oh, rook g4. Yeah, rook d2 was played. Queen e1. Couple of checks, and now rook g5 finally. Rook h5 is coming, and I think this is it. Not sure if she just resigned or lost on time, but okay. So this was kind of weird because Black could have played rook h1 and that would be a checkmate. She played b4 instead, which is also winning, of course. But rook h2, I don't know if it's actually happening in the game. I guess it did, but well, White lost on time anyways. So this was it, and nice game by Duncan. But yeah, congratulations to the winners. Very impressive performance by TCA team. Kaisa was doing well as well, but they lost the critical match against their main competitors, and then they just couldn't really catch up. So yeah, we still need the confirmation about the results of the last round to see who came third. Maybe it was St. Joseph's College. Although for some reason it says that they only played 5 matches. Not exactly sure why, but yeah, that's been a nice tournament, but not that much intrigue, unfortunately. So, but anyways, thanks everybody for watching. This is it, and yeah, I hope I will have this privilege to commentate such tournaments again. Thank you, organizers, and the viewers, and the players. Peace.